This episode is brought to you by Midwest Night Watchers, found everywhere on your favorite podcast platforms.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Night Owl Lounge.
Night Owl Lounge. We're live from Midwest. Welcome in. Hi, Cass. Goat. Hi, Cass. Jackie. We've got Blazer, Sober Carper. We have Clay, Robin, Dragonfly, and Derek wasn't here. I'm not sure if he's still in here or not.
I think he just popped in early.
All right. So, hey.
Welcome back, everybody.
Goat ya.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I guess I goat ya. There's Gemini.
Hi, Gemini.
Well,
what's new? What we got? Anything?
We don't have any wind.
All right.
Today was, I think, one of the first days in I don't know how long that our wind is so much better here.
Yeah, got to mow today.
Yep, and I raked some more flower beds.
First time of the season for mowing.
We're starting to get some spring chores done.
I saw there's a snowstorm coming. I don't know if it's going to hit us or not, though.
Oh, it better not. We're supposed to get rain for the next 2 days. I learned what mermaids wash their fins with. Tide. You're just asking for a goat, Blazer. Hey, Roger.
So what's going on, guys, in chat? What's up?
There's Tammy. She must have saw my message. You're not late, Roger. We just started. Don't worry. We just started, a couple minutes ago? You're good. We're still saying hi to everybody. And Tammy.
Some time for the goat. I'm sure you'll have more opportunities to hear it.
Yep, we can't do it on Sunday night. So tonight's our goat night. Wednesday nights is our goat night. There's Sandy.
We got Robin in both chats. She's in Rumble, and also Lynn Lou is in Rumble.
Welcome, Rumble people. Rumble peeps.
The only problem with being on StreamYard is I can't pop people up in chat or up in the screen from Rumble.
And we can't see it in our chat.
I can type to them, but
I'd have to get on another tablet to pull Rumble up. That's what you're probably doing, right? You pulled up separately, right?
Yeah, I got a separate window open for them. I can say hi and everything to them and write in chat, but I can't bring them up on screen if I wanted to.
Well, at least you shouted him out. You gave him a shout out. I was already on my way when you messaged. Oh, yeah, you were pretty early last night, huh?
Ah,
Hi, Claudette. Oh, love your animal cams. Thank you. Yeah, we've had all kinds of critters. I saw 3 bunnies earlier, so I knew we had 2 bunnies. Well, we officially have 3 bunnies running around, and I think 4 skunks and like 3 or 4 possums and a
Yeah.
raccoon
Squirrels
and
are coming.
foxes.
Squirrels are coming back and digging up the yard during the day.
Yep, see the squirrels and the bird feeders during the day. The foxes are showing up, and they're getting mouthfuls of scraps and food and stuff and taking it off. So they must have babies somewhere because they're not eating it. They're filling their mouth and then running off. So we might even have baby foxes show up on the cameras eventually. That would be so cute. Everyone's saying hi to each other.
Yeah.
Tammy said, "You think?" Now I hear a dog walking around. Gosh darn it. I hope that don't pick up on the camera, Mike.
I don't know. I hear the little toenails.
Mm-hmm. Tappy, tappy, tap. Yeah, I gave her a new elk antler today from Chewy, and she's still walking around.
So we got
Uh-oh.
some.
We got a
What?
live police chase going on.
We do.
Yeah, smoking scan just popped up.
Sometimes he pops up and there isn't no chase though.
Or maybe he's just expecting one.
There was one this afternoon in California. I watched it a little bit.
Well, if Dwarfy comes in chat, he'll let us know if there's a real live police chase going on. It is daily, isn't it?
It is. Sometimes it's more than once.
Wow. That's so crazy.
So we got a couple cryptid reports to bring up tonight. Other than that, it's going to be whatever anybody talks about in chat or whatever we come up with. I had a good show with Dr. Dennis Carroll on the Road Less Traveled about arsenic and books and all kinds of stuff.
That was good.
So I hope you guys were over there on Monday and watch that. If not, you can go back and check it out.
Welcome in, Joe. He said he recorded what looks like a family of deer today.
Wow, cool.
Our deer are starting to slow down. I'm still seeing a couple walk up a little bit and steal some of the corn that's actually for the bunnies now. Or they're just kind of walking across the field, but not as many as winter. It's mainly winter time is when all the deer show up, which is so cool. Hey, there's Amber. Amber.
I watched her the other night and she was premiering her video on the Gremlin.
Yeah, I ended up watching it later. I kind of went, oh man, I messaged her and I said, oh man, I missed it. I didn't know she was on, but I ended up watching it. It was really good. There's Latro from Texas. Welcome in. Man, they're starting to fill up. We got 17. Whoop, whoop,
All
whoop.
right. We're going to have to figure out something to talk about.
Yeah. How many cryptid reports did this week show?
I think 3.
Ooh, 3. Okay.
1 including, I think, for today's date.
Oh, that's interesting. Cool. Well,
yeah.
And then, you guys ready for a cryptid report? Or you want to tell them what we're going to talk about a little later?
I don't know what we're going to talk about a little later.
I thought you had little videos and stuff.
Oh, I forgot all about them. I do have some videos that we can play.
You forgot all that was the main
I thought we had
our show tonight. You just thought about the 3 cryptid reports only. Hey, Carol, you have tonight's show all ready to go. You got videos.
It reminded me. I would have forgot all about them. I thought we had nothing, and I've been downloading videos all week, early this week, so I guess I forgot about them because I was done.
I was all excited about tonight videos, and you forgot all about them. I have a question. Has anyone ever heard of a creature that is like a blob of white mist, but very much aware and active? A white mist. I've never heard of a white mist myself. No. Maybe someone else in chat. Some timers.
Some timers. Robin wants to know about my trip to California. I have nothing planned to go to California unless
Jesus Payan calls you.
unless Jesus Payan says, "Hey, we're going to do the movie for Breaking Bad," and he promised me a part because he's the one that's writing it and getting it going. So I don't know if there's any action on that or not. So we have him scheduled again. So
yeah, he's coming up. Yeah, we'll ask him.
I don't want to bug him. I think he was just being nice and having fun. But if he's serious, I'll do it.
He needs to let you know, because if you're going to be a junkyard man, that beard is perfect for it. And until you chop it all off.
Until they kill me. I'll probably end up dying in a movie or something. I'll probably get to say like maybe one line or two, and then they'll kill me.
They'll find you dead in the back of a beat up pickup truck in the junkyard. That would be cool. Yeah, we'll talk to him here in a few weeks when he's back on.
Yeah, so he's right. He wrote a play or a script for before they did Breaking Bad, then they did Better Call Saul as a continuation past Breaking Bad, and they did a Breaking Bad kind of movie with Jesse. But Gonzo, one of the key ones, who is Jesus Payan, he wrote a script himself and is trying to get it in front of the networks or to make a movie or a series or whatever. I think it's just a movie, but could turn into a series. But he wrote the pre-sequel to Breaking Bad, which involves, I guess, a junkyard guy and a bunch of other characters and how they kind of got to the Breaking Bad series. So that'll be interesting.
And no worries, Amber. You're not the only one. A lot of people are having sleep problems and lack of sleep.
Yeah. I did see that video, if it's the one she's talking about, where she was out there and she saw that white mist go through the forest or by the trees. Unless she's talking about something totally different. I did see that video of hers.
Yeah, I usually hear of the dark mist. Make sure y'all Bigfoot stomp.
That like button.
Oh, that likey button. It's free. Thank you, Amber. Just stomp on that Bigfoot like button. Lateral and Tammy's talking about doing some dog searching work.
Oh. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, they always talk about Humboldt County for Bigfoot, but I'm sure there's Dogman and.
Blazer said that one time he was watching Amber's video, she had a white mist I pointed out by the car that one time.
The one I saw, they actually, when Amber did the premiere, she played it a couple times. You could just, it reminded me of a Brown Dwarf's video where he had that dark mist or shadow go across the road and up the hill, but hers was a white mist. And you could kind of tell that it wasn't a cloud. It wasn't fog. It was weird.
Oh, she said the white blob mist has been in her backyard and woods lately. In the daytime, it's fast. My mom came face to face with it.
Wow.
And the dog is afraid of it.
Wow. I have seen videos online where people see these almost looks like a cloud, but it's down on the ground and it's moving around. It looks like a cloud.
Yeah.
So that'd be kind of, it's not really a mist, but it's white and it looks like a fluffy cloud, or it's kind of a mist, but kind of a cloud shaped looking thing. And it moves around and
Yeah,
in and out of, cars. It is weird.
Yeah, he said he saw it before she hurt her ankle. It was one of those videos.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Usually when I see a white mist on the cameras, it's fog coming in from the field.
At least that's what you think it is.
At least that I think, yeah. Creepy fog rolling in. I thought this was my Pyrenees, very bright and fast. Oh, it disappeared just as quickly as I see it. Wow.
Oh, so was it
Wow.
was it as big as your Great Pyrenees, or was it bigger than that? How big was it? Big as a car? Smaller than a car?
I know you had a Sasquatch or something peeking around the old goat barn. Wonder if there's any connection with that. Does anyone else hear cologne? Smell cologne or something spiritually? No. I don't.
Well, I mean, is she talking about like family members visiting? Because they say like if your dad or grandpa smoked a pipe and they come back to visit you, you can smell the cherry or pipe tobacco, whatever. Or if your grandma comes back, you can smell her cologne if she had a favorite cologne.
Hey, Dennis came in. He says, sounds like a good description of a cryptid X. And then where did I see? Okay, Amber says 3 foot tall, roundish oval.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so maybe Dennis can help. He's in here too. Cryptid X has attacked people on the residence, I guess.
On the res.
So this is a white
reservation.
White mist. White blobby mist looking thing. So how long have you had this? A couple days, couple weeks?
Yeah, those clouds or that mist looking cloud, it would be during the daylight and people filmed it, and it's several different people in different places have filmed it, and it's went in and out of like parked cars and up on sidewalks and down the street, and it wasn't high. It was only just a little bit off the ground. It was just floating and going along.
Yeah, I knew she had a lot of other things there. This is new, and it's been about 4 weeks.
Yeah, Tammy, they say if it's familiar spirits or somebody from your family or somebody visiting you, you can smell, like people talked about, if grandma made chocolate chip cookies, you might smell, something baking, like cookies pipe smoking, people's perfume or cologne or.
Happened 2 days last week.
Wow.
Oh, Blazer said cloud people.
Do you recognize the cologne? Is it a smell that you've smelled before on somebody or like a family member or?
Dennis said it's thought that Cryptid X is interdimensional. Dragonfly's been hearing bells and smelling familiar scents that don't belong for over a year now.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Wonder why bells. I mean, you hear about people smelling things, but I don't know about hearing bells. That's different.
Latro said, when I'm gone, people are going to smell my chili.
Smell your chili.
Honestly, interdimensional would make sense. I cannot place this without I already have here, and I can't pick up much on it. Yeah, if you can't pick up on it either, that's odd right there. But I've also,
if I run across that video again, or if I find it, I'll send it to you. It's creepy. I mean, even during the daylight, just seeing that thing moving around, people staring at it, because it looks like it's a cloud. Looks like it's just a little fluffy cloud, about smaller than a car.
Dennis said he smelled his mother's perfume many years after she passed.
Wow.
Now she wants a bowl of chili. Wow. Yeah, that is interesting when people experience things like that.
The other thing is, and I've mentioned it before on here. What?
Amber, get that security camera back out there. Yes. She keeps meaning to put that security camera in the backyard, and she's sure she'll get it on video.
Oh yeah.
Wow, the veil must be really thinning. People are experiencing some crazy stuff.
I asked a girl yesterday if her brother did. She said yes, and she heard him 2 days ago call her name.
Yeah, that's what I was reading. Like,
Now,
wow.
they say a lot of times that entities will sound just like your loved ones and call your name out. You're not supposed to pay attention to it or go towards it.
A missing person. I
Usually,
his funeral before Christmas.
Usually, if the real loved one comes to visit you, they will come to you in your house or wherever you're at. You shouldn't have to go venture off to find them, like out in the woods. That just means somebody's trying to lure you out.
Hi, Bud Files.
Hi, Bud Files.
Hello, peoples.
Peoples. Peoples.
Hello, peoples.
So anyway, I was going to say, anytime I think of my father, and I remember, and I've talked about it on the show before, I remember snuggling up against his neck, and when they would bring the kids up from Sunday school to the main congregation, and you go, they take you to your parents, and Dad would always wear like an Avon Musk or a Wildwood aftershave. And if I think about him or think about that moment, I can smell that aftershave so clear.
The sister was in her kitchen when he called her name.
Oh.
Is the Teddy Bear Picnic song about Bigfoot?
I do not know.
I'm trying to think what the Teddy Bear Picnic song goes.
Well, if they called your name in the kitchen and didn't try to lure you into the woods or anything, I guess that's a different story altogether. It's too bad she didn't get a recording of it or something on her phone or to see what else was. Maybe there was more.
Yeah, Dennis said memories are connected to sense. That's wild.
That one definitely is.
Wow. Hey, Tanya. She said, shortly after her mom passed, I heard a voice call my name in my room. She was sleeping on the other side of the house with a nurse. Could have been her. Oh, they do say that before they pass, they could possibly already be out of bodying, experiencing kind of in and out.
There's lots of reports where loved ones or
before they finally
or special friends, they might still technically be alive, but they might be in a coma or might be in the other world, and they can travel and come visit people even at the same time as death.
Our cameras are Rio Link, REOLINK, and we love these Rio Links. And ours are directly wired into the house, but they do have them with the solar panels or whatever.
Yeah, you can get them Wi-Fi or direct wire. We like ours direct wired.
Yeah, we got direct wire in the house.
And by direct wire, it's an Ethernet cord. So it just has to be long enough to get inside inside the house, but some of ours are like 150 feet away. So we had to order special cords or special Ethernet cords.
And what I like about them is some of them, they're 360. I mean, they go all the way around. They don't go way up, but they go up and then all the way down. They focus in really good. If you get we got the 16 and then the 5 and then the 3. The 3s suck if you really want a camera. Don't get the little 3s, the little 3X.
Yeah, they're not worth the money.
The 5s aren't too bad though.
But they're normal cameras. They got normal cameras that you really can't zoom in and out that much. There's no real zoom, but they do have a good field of vision. Not the dual cameras. I don't really like the dual. I thought they would be great, but they're not really that good. But
our 16,
unless they've improved them. We haven't bought one in a long time. We bought them when they first came out, and I thought,
all those last two 16s were a little different and a little better than the other two.
But even just a normal security camera that has good optical, like 1080, 4K, whatever, they're getting cheaper and cheaper all the time. So,
and I didn't like the Reolink that was a dual camera. We still have that on one of our bird feeders, and sometimes one lens can go out and go fuzzy. So we weren't really happy with those either. But if you got the money, the 16X, to give you an example, it's hooked up to the top of our chicken pen. And with the 16X zoom, I can zoom all the way across this 50-acre field and pretty much watch those tree lines over there. So if you really want to zoom in the woods and everything, I would definitely recommend the 16 zoom instead of the little 5 zoom. I mean, the 5 zoom will zoom in a little if it's close range. But I really love these Reolinks. You can turn the infrared on or off. They got microphones, and you can.
I think they got a sale right now for Easter. You can order right from the website from Reolink, or sometimes I think some of the sales also show up on Amazon, because they are on Amazon too. If you have Amazon.
Yeah, we've ordered from both Amazon and
we've ordered from both places, and it hasn't mattered which one we went with. They've both been good.
So they're definitely better than, like a game cam or the door cams or door rings or whatever those things are that most people have. I really like these things, how they zoom in and out and spin all over the place. And they don't like rain though. Then the microphone kind of gets gurgling. The speaker kind of sounds watery.
Well, we got ours out in the open. Some of them,
yeah, some of them are out in the open.
They're supposed to be like against your house, under the eave, so rain and stuff doesn't really get them. But we got them out. I mean, they're made for outdoors, so we got them outdoors, definitely. But
Dragonfly has ARLO for the house and
Arlo
trail cams. Arlo. I didn't know how to actually pronounce it. And trail cameras for the outer parts of the property. Yeah, our last one is actually on top of the barn, not really on top, but right, way up high on the back of the barn. So that's when we can just zoom all over the back field and everything.
Yep.
So that's our farthest one out.
Tammy has a good story if you want to read it.
Yeah, man, this chat's flying. Tried to call a ladder company today, but it wrong. So last week, okay.
Before that one.
A couple months ago, Gary asked for a pic. When I pulled my driveway and I took a quick selfie, and I had a spirit in my back seat. It was that guy. I'd searched. Oh, wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Oh, yes. Last week's 2 times I smoked. Oh, wow.
If you're going to read it, you need to read it out loud instead of mumbling.
Then you can read it out loud. A couple months ago, Gary asked for a pic when I pulled into my driveway. So I took a quick selfie and had a spirit in my back seat. That was that guy that I searched for. They showed it on Truth and Tinfoil. So last week, the 2 times I smelled cologne, he's all I could attribute it to.
Wow.
That would make sense.
You know, in scary movies and stuff,
Oh.
they always show the ghosts or murderers or whoever shows up in the back seat. It's always the back seat. It's never front seat or
Yeah.
it's always in the back seat.
Well, your girlfriend shape shifted and she was in the front seat.
Yeah, because she was a real person sitting right next to me.
So was he. So was he a backseat driver, Tammy? Blazer said you need more chat nights. 7 days without a pun makes 1 week. As in W-E-A-K. Week.
Weak.
No, it makes you strong.
That was weak.
That was weak. Lateral, yes, damn it. Oh, wow. Wow. Man, we've got white mist blobby things and backseat drivers and
You know, whenever I think of stuff like that about ghosts in cars or spirits or whatever, I always think about no, now I'm drawing a blank. The Christmas movie with the oh man.
damn, I think Lateral and Blazer are twins. Blazer, did you know you had a twin? Still can't think?
I'm thinking it's a Christmas movie where he gets in the cab and one of the spirits for Christmas is driving the cab. I'm wondering how many reports of people getting into taxis or Ubers and it turns out not to be a real person driving.
Dennis said the car movie is great.
The car movie.
The car movie is great.
The car.
Oh, just a car? I found a company that makes religious statues. They have yet to make a profit.
That's a good one.
Oh my.
That's damn. I want to say Bill Murray.
I can't think. I had too much fresh air today.
Me too.
Oh my goodness. I have yet to make a profit. That's a good one.
Scrooged. That's what it was.
Scrooge?
Scrooged.
Oh, Scrooged with a D on the end. Scrooge.
Yeah. One of the Christmas spirits for just like the Christmas Carol, he jumps in a taxi and he ends up taking him to different things during his life or whatever. But he was like a ghost or a spirit, and he wasn't real. And evidently the taxi wasn't real, or at least not in that dimension.
Comedy war. I don't know. Last week it was LIB and Blazer going back and forth with jokes.
Yeah.
This week's is Latro and Blazer. A couple of times it was my brother and Blazer. Oh boy. Man, it's been a half an hour already.
Has it? Oh my.
34 minutes.
Flying by.
Maybe we got to do a cryptid report or something.
I was just bringing it up to see where we left off, and I think we left off on a big hairy guy.
We left off with a big hairy guy.
Guy that had like a 12-pack or something, wasn't it?
Oh, the big hairy guy that had like a 12-pack instead of a 6-pack on his gut. Yeah, that was the last one, I think. Because everybody was making fun of his 10-pack or whatever he had. what's crazy, Jane, is there was a H in the picture. And I was thinking, what H was for house? Well, I proceeded to the backyard. That's the day I found my paint down. H horse. Oh. Should I read this? Oh, I'm going to be scared. Yeah, that was the last guy we saw. Yesterday, I accidentally swallowed some food coloring. The doctor says I'm okay, but if I feel like I've died, I feel like I've died a little inside.
Oh my. So that was April 8th, 1980.
Yeah, that was the last one we did. The one with a big 10-pack on his gut. I actually watched a video today showing how people who take methylene blue as a supplement have blue brains.
Oh, the dye's getting up there.
I guess, yeah.
Because it actually is a dye. Methylene blue is an actual dye. But for whatever reason, they say it has medicinal purposes. So this one is
Hey, NIC. Welcome in, NIC. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to say hi before we couldn't say hi to him for a while. Welcome in.
So this one is the 10th of April, 1948. One of the most famous flaps of giant bird sightings in Illinois history would actually begin just across the border in neighboring Missouri in the St. Louis suburbs of Overland. The sightings would continue for months afterwards. While some believe they were to be thunderbirds of legend, others believe it simply to be a case of misidentification. Although no living birds are known to have a 20-foot wingspan, either way, these mysterious colossal wing nightmares still make headlines today. So this is the picture they drew.
Why is everything cool down in southern Illinois? He looks furry instead of feathery.
He does look furry.
Yeah, he looks fluffy.
Big black beak, white eyes. Way taller than a farm fence, according to this drawing I made.
Yeah, they make it look huge.
Yeah.
In 1948.
Yeah, April 10th, 1948. Says morning, Overland, Missouri. Clyde C. Smith stands in his yard watching an airplane circle and bank overhead. Smith believed it must be new experimental aircraft since its maneuvers would be impossible. Then it begins to flap its wings. To his horror, Smith realizes it's actually a colossal bird. Smith's wife and other Overland residents, less bacon. Less bacon is never good. Sorry. Smith's wife and another Overland resident, Les Bacon, also witnessed the creature. Their encounter is added to the list of giant bird sightings that washed across Missouri and Illinois in 1948. It began on April 4th when Walter F. Sigmund, a former Army colonel, spotted a giant bird in the skies over Alton, Illinois, while talking with local farmers ahead of the Western Military Academy. Colonel Ralph Jackson, 5 days later, on April 9th, Mr. and Mrs. Price of Colindo, Illinois. Illinois, reported sighting a monster bird bigger than an airplane. Hours later, Verl Babb, a truck driver, witnessed a massive creature 50 miles to the west over Freeport, Illinois. 5 days later, on April 14th, Miss George Hoffman spotted a creature outside her home in Belleville, Illinois. Sightings of the giant bird would continue for months, with witnesses describing a massive gray bird with a long neck and a 20-plus foot wingspan. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Latro says a great blue
Herring?
used to land in the backyard and eat their koi fish. It must have had a 10-foot wingspan.
I remember
Gone.
I bring it up every time we talk about Thunderbirds, that being a kid and in the 70s, right in the station wagon with the family, and over the AM radio came the report of that Thunderbird that picked up that boy and down there by Alton, Illinois, Southern Illinois.
Oh, it seems like all the weird, crazy things is more Southern Illinois. Wow.
Probably because of Cahokia Mounds in Little Egypt.
Mm-hmm. No one needs less bacon in their life.
I know. Les Bacon. What a name. Want some bacon, Les?
Wow. Maybe that's what we ought to do one of these nights, is funny names people name their children.
Like my name?
Sort of like Sandy Beach or
Oh, yeah.
The guy that was in our local band, Rocky Harbor.
Yep,
That's
Rocky
a
Harbor.
real name.
Yeah.
I went to school with a Hollywood. They actually named her Holly. Her last name was Wood, so it was Hollywood. We could break them up in some wild names.
I was never sure if this was a joke or not a joke, but my brother-in-law, where he grew up, said there was a family that they knew. Their last name was Duck, and they called their boys Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Now, I don't know if he was just kidding me when I was young, or if that's a real story or not, but I can't imagine Huey, Dewey, and Louie Duck.
Oh, those poor kids. Oh, wow.
But I mean, I mean, not that they named these kids weird, but we had a family where their last name was Dam.
Yeah.
Everybody would always say, "Oh, there's those damn kids."
Or the damn family. Yeah.
Yeah.
The damn family down the street. Yep. How did they spell their last name, though? Was it just D-A-M? Or how was it spelled?
No, I think it was just D-A-M. I think.
Is any of them around anymore in town?
I don't know. He's in my yearbook. I'll have to look it up and see how they spelled their last name.
German.
I think he was 3 years ahead of me. So,
Yeah,
so
they
I think he's in one of my yearbooks.
They just lived a street away from you, right? If I remember right.
Who's that?
The Dam family, wasn't it about a street away from you?
I've talked about the ones that owned Lake Thunderbird.
Oh, okay.
I
thought they were here in town.
There was some. I think there was some other family members that were in town.
German sausage jokes are the worst.
They're the worst.
Worst. I was supposed to be named after my paternal grandmother, Hazel. My mom said no, lucked out, and it didn't happen.
I don't know what my real name was supposed to be because it wasn't what I have.
Did you hear about the cow that had quadruplets? Eeny, meeny, miny, a mo. Or my moo? Eeny, meeny, miny, a moo.
Moo.
My dad said he went to school with the rabbit family. They named him Peter, Jack, Floppy, and Mopsy. Worst at W-U-R-S-T.
Yep, worst. German. Worst.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
The things that name your children.
Yeah, I don't know. That's funny.
Well, you and your siblings rhyme. Even your middle names rhyme.
Well, like I was saying, I don't know if I probably didn't have another name, but I'm sure it wouldn't have been what it is now because my brother was supposed to be Robert,
Hmm.
which was a family name from way back.
And it wouldn't have, so she originally didn't want to start out rhyming.
No, I never know.
Oh, wow.
So my brother was supposed to be named Robert, but another family member, close family member, they had kids at the same time and they named their child Robert. So mom didn't want to name her boy Robert
Mm.
and have two Roberts, that were close together. So I'm just curious what my name would have been because it wouldn't have been rhyming with everybody else. I mean, she
Mhm.
had to make my name up to rhyme with everybody. So I wonder what I would have been. Would have been my real name.
And wonder why she picked YL for everybody's last name spelling too, because those aren't common for Cheryl and Carol and Daryl.
I don't know about Cheryl. I mean,
YL.
Cheryl obviously was the first name, so
Right.
then it would have been Robert. Then who knows where she would have went after that? She's never told us if she picked out other names, but she did tell me that Daryl was supposed to be Robert.
Hmm.
But Uncle Carl's wife, they had a baby and they named their boy Robert. So
Dragonfly said if she would have been a boy, I'd be Norman.
Miss Boda over in Rumble says Beryl, Beryl.
Well, we had a Hurricane Beryl, right? And it was Beryl, wasn't it? That hurricane a couple years ago.
Where was it in that last cryptid? When they were naming off people? Which one was it?
The Les Bacon one?
Hmm.
Yeah, it was the Harry Bird one, right?
I don't know.
Oh,
I guess.
that's the only one you did.
Well, anyway, one of them had Ural, Yeryl, in it.
Yeryl.
I need to find it. Now I don't see it. I know I read it. I don't see it now.
I started out named Kenneth. My mom hated everyone calling me Kenny, so she changed it.
That's what we had. Robert and Kenny, or it was supposed to be Kenneth, but everybody called him Kenny. Verl.
Veryl.
Yeah.
So it would be Verl or Verl? Verl?
I don't know. Right here.
Oh yeah.
Veryl.
Verl Bab.
A truck driver.
Verl Bab. I've never seen that name before either.
I haven't either.
Wow. Huh.
I've never seen my name, at least not spelled the same.
Cool.
Robin said I was supposed to be a boy and my names were going to be either Paul or Bruce. Still ended up with the boy's name, Robin.
Yeah.
Even spelled the male way. All right. So we just got done doing the giant bird.
A fluffy bird.
So now we got April 11th, 2016.
Oh, that's current.
A mere 9 years ago, terror gripped a Malaysian boarding school as its staff and students were swept up in a bizarre series of events that all began with the appearance of a mysterious, dark, shadowy entity. That doesn't make sense. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. Was in something supernatural. I don't know. Question mark. Was it something otherworldly? Was it simply paranormal fear, or was it all elaborate hoax?
Tanya said, "You guys gave me a memory about my name that I'm not sure if I want to admit."
Oh,
Ooh.
about Tanya or your last name?
She just says her name. Is that a shadowy creature?
Yes, it is.
Ew. We're just talking about misty things, but this one's dark.
Yeah, look at him.
Wow.
Then it's got school chairs and desks down here because it talks about school kids.
She said her first name.
First name. What could we make up about Tanya with the first name if we were in grade school? Tanya. I don't know.
Blazer will think of something.
Kids are cruel, man. They make up all kinds of stuff. Of course, obviously it's my name, Gerald. They'd always, tease me about girl or what, they'd make up all kinds of little weird names with line with Earl or
they call you Gerald.
or yeah.
Hey, I can't voice text your name. It comes up girl.
That's what I mean.
Mm-hmm. So I have to stop voice text and type your name in and then hit the microphone and finish my message.
So it says today in creepy history, 11th of April, 2016. Kota Baru, Kelantan, in Kelantan, Malaysia, students and staff at the SMK Pinkaglagan Chipa 2 boarding school began to report sightings of a ghostly black figure lurking in the building. Soon the encounters escalated and people began to faint, scream uncontrollably, experience paralysis and seizures.
Oh my.
Claimed to be the victims of possession.
Ew.
Amid all the hysteria, roughly 100 students and staff members were affected, forcing the school to close. Over the next few days, numerous Muslim scholars and Bomas, Malaysian shamans are brought in to perform various rituals, prayers, exorcisms to clean the school. While some claim the entity to be Panatanic, a vampiric spirit of a woman who died during childbirth found in Malaysia mythology. Pantatanic. I think I'm saying that right. I don't know. Others claim it to be a jinn, a spirit entity from a pre-Islamic Arabian mythology made of smokeless fire or wind that can appear as a human or animal and can exercise supernatural influence over people. Skeptics, however, dismissed the event simply as mass hysteria. Journalists and officials would soon gather outside the school for its reopening, but on that day, some claim screams could be heard coming from inside the empty building.
Ew.
So that's in Malaysia, April 11th, 2016. So it's either a vampiric spirit of a woman who died during childbirth or a jinn. Either one's bad.
Looks creepy. Blazer said Gerald in his voice, and it typed Gerald.
See, that's the thing. I mean, it'll come up with stuff like that, but my name is not Gerald. So I mean, it is on my birth certificate Geryl. So you can call me Gerald, but that's not really my name,
It always comes
or
up.
it's not short. It's not short for Gerald. Tanya said, "Let's go for it." Trying to think of names for her, Tanya.
Blazer can come up with some good names for Tanya.
Robin says it looks like a pale crawler, but black.
Oh, yeah, it kind of did.
Oh, it says the body looks like a pale crawler that I sketched. Oh, so she sketched one.
Hmm.
So that's an interesting. I don't think I've ever heard of that one. At least not that I know of.
Tommy says, I remember Gerald telling the story of him and his brothers' names. Not just his brothers, his two sisters. All four rhyme.
Yeah,
Middle name, first name.
absolutely. No habla. So we have Creepy Acres today in Creepy History, 12th of April, 2012.
Ooh, that's close.
This one's weird just because they changed the format. That it's not the same as everything we've been showing. So it's a little different. Yeah, it's a little different. So you guys will see it when I bring it up. Sightings of strange atmospheric beasts are far more rare than sightings of legendary cryptids such as Bigfoot or sea serpents. But when they do occur, they are usually a spectacle like no other. While it is easy to dismiss these sightings as plastic bags riding in the wind or blimps or descending weather balloons, tales of shapeless and otherworldly horror dropping from the heavens and snatching us away has haunted mankind since the dawn of time. Some have speculated they are alien crafts, while others claim they're actually living beings. Still, others ask if it's perhaps they might be both. Keep it creepy. We've talked about this one before. Not necessarily this incident.
Jellyfish.
Yeah, they changed this. They changed the color of the screen and everything. The other ones are always like an old newspaper ad, and this one's like a
colorful and
black. It really pops out.
Flying jellyfish. That still kind of looks like what somebody saw in the fires in LA a couple months ago. Still think that looked like a jellyfish. That's what I was guessing too, Tanya. I was thinking of the skater, and you said nope. Hey, there's Donnie too. Howdy, folks.
Hi, Donnie. We're just going over some cryptid reports and goofing around tonight.
And trying to figure out where Tanya got her name from.
I was thinking of the skater too.
Yeah, that's the only Tanya that I know of.
Tanya Tucker.
The country singer?
Yeah, they didn't change your last name. They didn't change the T in Tucker, did they? I'm not going to say what I'm thinking, but
that's not your middle name, is it? supposed to get rain to starting tonight.
Donnie's been researching Bigfoot erotica. Oh my.
Bigfoot erotica.
Oh, she says nope. So I don't think it's not Tanya Tucker.
I think my name is spelled that way too. Nope. Yeah, it looks like it's starting to rain.
Yep. So yeah, that's a really cool drawing. I like how they picked.
Yeah, I like that.
They probably picked the black because it makes the gold and everything pop out.
It just reminds me of what Mr. E was talking about. You know.
Yeah, we just had Mr. E on not too long ago. I need to get him scheduled again.
Yeah. Jellyfish and other things in the sky.
He wanted to come on a Wednesday night, but we always do Night Owl Lounge on a Wednesday night because he said after the kids go to bed, he can stay up hours and talk.
Oh, we can change it up and have him on a Night Owl Lounge. That'd be fun.
I don't know. We've never had a guest on a Night Owl Lounge. We keep telling everybody that, but
yeah. Oh, we can always have a show and shortly after do our Night Owl Lounge. Is that harder to read or better to read with the different background?
actually, I think it's a little easier to read, and it's a bigger font for some reason. So I don't know if it's a shorter story, but the other ones are that black is kind of hard. And they kind of make it the other ones. If I go back and show you,
Tammy said Blazer has left the building.
Blazer has left the building.
Yeah.
So this font is like close together and harder to read, and some of the letters are like italicized or they're slanted, or I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to read.
Maybe it is easier with the black background. It's Mike.
Hi, Mike.
He's not leaving. We got
more work to do.
You need the page, Blazer. He's on some joke website.
So this is Creepy History, the 12th of April, 2012. An anonymous witness contacts the website UFO Sightings Daily to report that they had recorded a giant jellyfish swimming in the skies over Toronto, Canada. This thing came down from above the clouds, slowly descending for about a minute before I began filming, said the witness.
Oh, they even filmed it.
This sighting would be added to the ever-growing list of reports involving flying, translucent, jellyfish-like entities, sometimes colossal, sometimes ethereal, sometimes bioluminescent. Sightings of these bizarre apparitions are rare and sporadic, but they do still occur. While some theorize that they are alien crafts, others believe that they are in fact living creatures that exist in our upper atmosphere, or perhaps they could come from much, much farther away.
That's what Mr. E says, that they actually live way, way, way up there in the sky.
I'm glad you came in, LIB.
Yeah, thanks
for coming in and say hi.
Thank you, Mike.
But yeah, Mr. B, if you go back and listen to that show when we had him on.
Or Mr. E.
Mr. E, I said Mr. B. Mr. E, or
Justin England.
We talked quite a while about these jellyfish UFOs or entities, or even other weird stuff that would
aquatic
come from the upper atmosphere down into ours, and almost like we kind of compared it, or at least I did, like fish or whales in the ocean, where they'd come through and open their mouth and pick up big schools of fish to feed on. This makes me wondering if they're doing the same thing. If it's an entity, maybe they're coming from the upper atmosphere and the lower, and then they go back up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's a good subject, though.
Yeah.
I do like that background in that picture, though. It really pops.
That'd be a cool shirt.
But that's the only one they did.
Wow.
Yeah, we can make it. We can make a jellyfish shirt.
Ooh, our space penguin shirts are going to come in 2 days. We finally ordered off of our merch store. I'm getting my hand pan shirts. You're getting Mothman and Bigfoot.
Yep, getting Mothman, Bigfoot that we designed, and space penguins. And so you can also, just like the shirts we're wearing tonight, you can get these on our storefront, or you can get before we take them down, you can get the Bigfoot or the Mothman, and we got the space penguin. I don't know how long we'll leave them up, but they're going to stay up for a while yet longer. We've had them up for quite a while now, but nobody's seeming to wanting to buy them for some reason. I don't know why.
We got to think of our next American legend. Or do you have
one? You just said jellyfish.
The jellyfish.
That could be a separate shirt like the space penguins, though.
Ooh, all colorful and pretty.
Yeah, we'll have to come up with a real good one for that one.
Tammy says she can't wait to move back to Rhode Island. She's heard Bigfoot's in Rhode Island also. She's going to go Bigfooting.
I think you can go to every state.
I think they're all over.
And find a Bigfoot or a Dogman or something. I mean,
I never thought they'd be around here.
I know.
Especially listening to me doing music and stuff in the backyard. I just always assumed they're out west or in the mountains or a forest, big thick forest, even though we do have trees all over the place. But
we've been listed
all over.
We've been listed anywhere from number 5 for Bigfoot reports to all the way to 7. Some might be up as 8, but
well, look at all the little forest areas and the farmlands that don't really get messed with unless it was hunting season or mushroom hunting season.
Right. We have all this river valley
woods all over, in between the fields and stuff.
I mean, Illinois is not necessarily all cornfields and flat. We have caves, we have valleys, we have rivers, we have some. They're not really mountains, but we have ridges and all kinds of stuff that make a wonderful. That's what I said, the river.
Yeah, they like
we have wonderful foliage and plants, and
nobody goes in those woods over there by the.
We have
river.
Maybe we have a swamp ape. I mean, we have swampy areas that are just like bogs, normal. You wouldn't think Illinois thinking of a farmland, but we have bogs and almost like that mossy quicksand looking kind of areas where, you think, okay, it's just water, or maybe it's just moss or sand or something, and your feet, you'll just keep sinking.
Hey, Scott.
Hi, Scott.
Welcome in. You just got done with 3 cryptid reports, and now we're going to talk about sound and frequencies and healing and all kinds of cool videos. We've been on for an hour already. Goodness sakes. Time is going by too fast. Anything going on in Rumble?
I was just getting ready to bring up Robin. Robin said there was a jellyfish cloud with a rainbow under it shown on the U.S. Weather Channel today. It was huge, looked like a jellyfish or a mothership, very long and flat with tentacles. That's cool.
Wow. Hey, Monisha, welcome in.
Hi, Monisha.
Wow, why are all these little jellyfish aquatic creatures starting to show up? That's interesting.
I don't know, but that's what the next thing is. An aquatic creature is the next one. April 15th, 1969.
Ooh.
What's today's date? Is today the 16th? What's today?
April 16th.
Oh.
1969.
So this would have been yesterday, April 15th, but 1969. Could an unknown colossal beast haunt the waters of the coast of Alaska? Perhaps it was a simple glitch with a ship's sonar, or maybe it was a simple case of misidentification. Then again, as 1957 paper published in the Journal of the Royal Society of Arts stated, more is normal about the shape of the surface of the moon than is known about the bottom of the oceans. It is a saying we've heard time and time again, despite decades of advancements in knowledge and technology, and still holds true. The oceans are vast and her secrets are many. So there you go. April 15th, 1969 in Alaska.
That's big.
See, that's other than the teeth, that makes it look like a dinosaur or giant snake head or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I would think that would look like the Loch Ness monster Nessie.
Right.
Look how big it is compared to the shark. At least
Yeah, that's what
they drew it that way anyway.
I was looking at. I think it's big. Wow. 11:11. Whoop whoop. And 1:11 for our time. Oh my, isn't that interesting? An hour and 11 minutes for live, and it was 11:11.
Wow.
Ask the dolphin. They know about the oceans.
You can't talk to the dolphins. It's illegal. They won't let you. It's against the law. It's a federal law. You can't harass or talk to dolphins. I guess talking to dolphins is harassment, and you could endanger wildlife.
Yeah, you can't channel dolphins.
Which is funny because, I brought it up today. Where did I bring it up at? Somewhere. Heidi Pop show. They were talking about octopuses, and I told her I was watching Resident Alien. And it's an alien that lands on Earth or crashes to Earth, and he takes a human form. So he won't stand out, but he's still awkward and still goofy and talks funny, so everybody knows he's weird and different, but they don't necessarily know he's an alien. But all through the show, he talks about other alien species and describes them and how they act and all this. He goes, "Oh, you're just like a Octorian or whatever. You're goofy and stupid."
Oh my God.
He talks like that all through the whole show, but he's at like a Chinese buffet or a restaurant or a Japanese restaurant, and there's an octopus in this big giant aquarium. He's sitting there, and all of a sudden the octopus starts talking to him. Says, "Hey cousin, what's up?" So everybody says, octopuses are alien species and they might not be of this earth. Well, this show's taking that to their advantage and putting it part of the storyline. So it is an alien species, the octopus, according to this show.
Robin said telepathy just happened with them. Resident Alien is the best. He looks like an octopus.
Yeah, it's a great show. It's funny. I'm binge watching it, and I'm almost done with the second season. There's only a part of a third season, but it's supposed to be coming back with new episodes. So anyway, 15th of April, 1969. The MB Mylark, a 65-foot fishing vessel, drags for shrimp in the Shelikof Strait, just off the Alaskan coast near the Kodiak and Raspberry Islands. Suddenly, the ship's sonar reveals something utterly colossal swimming 300 feet beneath the vessel. The echogram shows a creature with 4 fins, a long neck that ends in a snub-nosed head, a body that tapers to a tail. The shape is that of the long extinct plesiosaur. But far more alarming is the sheer size. This monster measures a staggering 130 to 150 feet in length. Some would even say it was closer to 200 feet, while some dinosaurs, such as the Titanosaurus, grows to 125 feet in length. There is no known animal today that reaches the gargantuan size. Even blue whales grow to a maximum length of only 98 feet. In the years that followed, the echogram would be lost and the creature would never again be reported. It remains unidentified still. I was just getting ready to say, I mean, I'd like to find that echogram or the picture of that to see what it looked like. So there you go. I mean, we have other reports, you know, like Nessie. We have in Lake Champlain, Champ. We have that, and there's a couple other ones in the U.S. and lakes, supposedly just like the Loch Ness Monster.
The Great Lakes.
Then here's one that was reported off of the coast of Alaska. So there you go. They're out there.
Wasn't the creepy monsters over in the Mississippi in the Quad City area ended up being giant gars?
Yeah.
I thought they were monster creatures. Those were good.
We got one more. We got one for today, April 16th.
Wow.
April 16th, 1994. So we got one more. Never did hear anything more about Tanya's name.
No, and Blazer took off after we suggested he would find something. Blazer left or he fell asleep.
Blazer, chicken lips.
Fell asleep. The Alaska incidents are true.
Yeah, Scott, I believe it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got the Alaskan Triangle.
It's a big triangle too.
Yeah, and then you got all that vast wasteland, not waste, but all that land out there that's just like whatever you want to call it, the forbidden zone, you know, of snow and mountains and wilderness. That who knows what's out there. They say there's living mammoths out there. They say there's giants and Bigfoot, hairy wild men. I mean, you name it. They say Alaska has it. Yeah, I know. Tanya said she was going to go for a bit.
Yeah.
I wanted to hear about that name.
Blazer just disappeared, vanished.
Anya. Maybe it's Anya. Unya. I don't know.
Is your name Jackie? Good morning from what's the flag? I enjoy listening to you guys, Jackie.
Welcome in.
Yeah, welcome in.
Thanks for saying hi to us.
I can't recognize the flag though.
I can't see it. Welcome in, Jackie. Thanks for coming. So we're doing creepy history for cryptids right at the moment. So we're on today's date, April 16th, but this is from the year 1994. 31 years ago today, a huge furry winged nightmare swooped out of the skies over Washington State and into the hearts and minds of cryptozoologists and skeptics alike. Although most artist depictions, it looks a little more than a Sasquatch with wings. The true story describes something far more bizarre.
Sasquatch wings.
Yeah, Sasquatch with wings. The true story describes something far more bizarre, though. The Bat Squatch impact on recent pop culture is quite noticeable, even lending its name to the ale by Rogue Ales and Spirits. So there you go. If you guys are into ales and stuff like that, you can go out and get a Bat Squatch.
She's from the Netherlands.
Oh, from the Netherlands. Okay,
Wow.
so it says I couldn't see it. It's real small. I don't see on StreamYard. I don't see the flag, but it does say NL, but real small letters. So I couldn't really tell. I was trying to think of what it would stand for, but I didn't know. The Netherlands.
Yeah, welcome in.
Thank you.
We've got a very good, friendly chat. Awesome.
Feel free to bring anything up that comes up while we're talking, and we'll try to bring it up or talk. That's usually what we do. This is our time to hang out with people and chat without any guests.
We have a live cryptid. You go to the field cam, we have a deer that just came up and he found the fresh corn that I put out there for the bunnies.
Really?
So, yeah, I'm kind of surprised. Normally they start slowing down. I don't see them that often, but yeah, we've got a deer behind the barn. Field. He's back there. I just dumped some fresh corn back there for the because the bunny's been hanging out over there. So the deer found it. Wow. So we got a live cryptid.
Well, I hope it's not a cryptid.
A live cryptid. How do we know? It may not be a deer. How do you know?
You see it all right?
Hey, you want me to zoom in?
No, I'm just saying the screen was covered up for a second when it pops up.
Hi, I'm 13.
I am 13 sassafras.
Cool. That's nice that the deer is still showing up a little bit.
Yeah, what time is it in the Netherlands?
Oh, yeah. I wonder what time it is there. That's a good question. Yeah, I would zoom in, but with that camera, they hear the camera moving.
Yeah, just leave it where it's at. It's fine.
Oh, nice. The bunnies had their little snack.
I can do that.
Oh, yeah, you can zoom in. Yeah. Wow, that's nice. Because the other night I saw 3 of them, but they kept on going. We had a little drive-by, whatever you want to call it.
She's got her tail down.
He or she, I mean, the males, all their antlers have dropped now. So
right.
Can't
I'm just saying it's not. So I don't know if it's a new one or it's alone because it's unsure because it's got its tail down. So usually they don't have their tail down unless they're being protective or just like any animal, like a dog with the tail between its legs.
Yeah. I don't see any others in the field, but the other night there was 3 of them together. No, and there's fresh water too. It might even go in the backyard and drink out of the water. Oh, something spooked it.
M13 says I like to call Sasquatch Sass. So that's why he said sassafras.
And the goats aren't away. Something spooked it.
Jackie, leave already? I was hoping she'd tell us what time it is in the Netherlands. I guess I could look it up, but
We got live action tonight. We have a live surprise guest. And now I see 2, 3. Well, cool. I was going to ask you if you were misleading your S for the Sasquatch.
It says it's 6:24 a.m. Thursday, April 17th in the Netherlands right now.
What time?
6:24 a.m.
Oh, wow. In the morning. Yeah, same here, Claudette. I'm glad they're still showing up a little bit. I mean, we don't see 10 or 12 of them all together like in the wintertime, but I'm glad that we're still seeing them from time to time. And I might still keep putting corn out there so they can have a little treat once in a while. The bunnies like it too back there.
Well, it won't be long before all the plants everywhere will be popping, and
Yeah. There's Jack.
they'll have plenty to feed on by the rivers, and there'll be all kinds of bushes and berries. And
There's Jackie. 6:23 a.m. Time to get up. I'm following since I heard your show with Jessica. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, we love Jessica. Yeah, she's been on our show several times. We've been on her show several times.
Yep, we're going to schedule her again. I don't know what we'll talk about, but we're going to schedule her again. And we got a lot of people coming on. We're getting new people and old people that we've had on before. So, guys, look forward to that. And there's
now we've got Lynn from the Everglades.
Yeah.
Welcome in.
Welcome. I think we got new people tonight, some new people, or at least they haven't been in chat before. Maybe they followed us, or maybe they're subscribed, or just happened to find us. I don't know.
She said that she found us through Jessica too.
Wow, awesome.
Well, sometimes Jessica will pop in. Oh, it's probably late. It's past midnight there. Yeah, we're good friends with Jessica. Yeah, we've been on. I've lost track. We've been on her show quite a few times, and she's been on our show. Well, and thank you for typing in.
We talked to her quite a bit off of YouTube or StreamYard. We talked to her.
Oh, what'd you see? I guess they like the regular corn because that's not deer flavored corn anymore.
Well, they don't. There's no. I mean, until they plant and it starts growing, they don't get any grain.
Right, because then he just tilled the field the other day. Everything's well, we found a few little halves here and there after he tilled it. But yeah, most of the corn's gone with geese and the deer.
Yeah, he just tilled the field and we walked it a little bit behind our shop, barn, whatever you want to call it. And we walked a few rows out. I was hoping to find some Indian heads or some arrowheads.
Last time he tilled it a few years ago, that's when I found an old antique dice and pieces of pottery and glassware. I mean, I found some and strange looking rocks. I found some weird stuff out there the last time he tilled. So I was kind of excited to see him tilling it up again.
You sure the mic's not on the camera?
Yeah, it's not on.
All right.
I'd have to
because it keeps looking like it hears something. So maybe it's the chickens or the goats acting up inside the barn.
Goats are they're still laying down. They're not running around or anything.
Keeps looking. Maybe it's the birds. Maybe the martins are freaking it out.
They do chirp and crackle through the night. Wow. There might be a couple deer out in the field too, walking and.
Could be. Maybe it's the coons. Maybe the coons are around, or so it's got a little pile right there for it to munch on for a while.
Yeah, I just give all the bunnies a fresh scoop tonight. Thinking the deer might show up too. There was 2 bunnies back there hopping and chasing each other and doing leapfrog, and they were out there playing and then eating some corn.
We were talking about our cameras. So this is digital zoom because all I'm doing is zooming in on the picture on the computer. So I don't know. It looks like it's getting fuzzy. But if you do the optical from the camera,
it really zooms in.
It's actually crystal clear and really nice. As long as sometimes it'll get out of focus and you got to click it this once to get it to come into focus or move it just a little. But you can do pretty good like this, as long as you don't.
That's good.
As long as you don't zoom in real close, because then it becomes fuzzy and pixelated because you're actually just zooming it like you'd zoom in on a picture on a computer. Eventually it gets pixelated. But if you use the controls on the camera itself and use the camera to zoom in, then it's great.
There might be a dog barking in the neighborhood or something.
Could be a dog.
This is fun. I'm glad I saw the deer.
Wow, that's cool. 4 Indian arrowheads. Cool.
Hey, there he is.
Hey, Dwarfy.
Morning, dwarf. Dwarf. Bigfoot dwarf. Been
Bigfoot.
tapping in and out. Why are you tapping in and out? You got tap shoes on too?
Who's tapping in and out?
Dwarfy said he's tapping in and out. So
What are you doing? We're like Hotel California, man. Once you come in, you can't get out.
yeah, I'd love to find some.
There ain't no leaving.
We're gonna have to keep walking the field. I would love to find some arrowheads. That would be cool.
Well, we only walked
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah.
2
Well,
or
it
3
kinda
rows right behind our barn, so we haven't hardly covered any of the field yet. So,
Oh,
you know, and of course we got rain coming, so maybe it'll settle down the
oh, that's when things
field a
start
little
popping.
bit, and maybe it'll make the arrowheads pop out.
Yeah, things start popping up. Tapping like data. Dr. Beverly.
Is that a Star Trek next generation
Aw.
reference?
He was listening to the stream while driving. Now I can chat with y'all. Oh, very good. So how many wild card chases was there today? I saw Smoking Scan came up earlier.
I know there was one for sure that I saw, and he changed vehicles. Not like that one guy.
Today?
Yeah, today. That one guy last week, a couple days ago, whatever, changed vehicles like 3 times.
That's
This
fun.
guy, I think, only did it once, I think.
Maybe because he's alone, he's just being alert.
I think so. I think he's just he or she
Yeah.
is being nervous, and like I said, it might be new or might be venturing out for the first time by itself. I don't know.
Ooh, Claudette has 2 metal detectors. We need to get one.
Yeah, we do need to get a metal detector.
So really.
Oh, now look, it's really scared now. So it's flagging its tail. Its ears are going back and forth.
Wonder if something's underneath the elderberry bushes or something. The goats are not moving. They're laying down sound asleep. Huh. Wow.
Something scared it or made it nervous because it was flipping its tail a little bit, and it had its ears in the danger mode.
Maybe the fairies and orbs are messing.
And then if you noticed how it's standing right now, when it looked up, it spread its legs out so it could run, get ready just to take off. Like right now, it's in a position to feed, basically, so he can bend over. But when he was up, he had his legs like ready to go.
They Swiss cheesed the truck.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Well, we're down in the basement of our house.
Yeah, and that's behind the barn.
And it's that where the deer is at's behind the barn, so I don't think they can hear us. That's why I asked Jane if the mic on the camera was on, but
No, I have to turn it on manually and on the tablet.
So it's hearing something outside. Is the wind picking up? Is it hearing wind chimes? It keeps looking in the same direction.
That's why I'm wondering if there's a dog barking over in that part of the neighborhood or something. But yeah, I don't see. Oh, there might be some wind chimes. It is blowing a little bit over there by the Fick waterfall.
Telepathically. Jane's the empath. She's the one that can talk to animals. I don't think I have that ability. I don't know.
No, it's probably just being alert, just like our stray cats. They take a bite and they look around, they look behind them, they take a bite.
I'll have to dig
Ooh.
my. I have a stone that when I was a kid, fishing at Lake Senatchewine
You taking off.
off the Illinois River,
Really
I found a stone that literally looks like a tombstone. It has a round top, a straight flat bottom, and it's perfectly smooth. Almost like it looks like a scraping tool or something. And it fits in your hand just perfect, or almost like a blade, but it has a rounded top. I'll have to bring that from upstairs and show you. I found that when I was real little at Lake Senatchewine while we were fishing.
Well,
All right. Well, if something comes back, we'll bring it up. Otherwise, we'll finish our.
I'm going to switch cameras on the 24/7 now if anybody's over there. All right. All right.
We'll finish our cryptid report, then we can move on to other stuff.
M13. Once finding arrowheads, fossils, and crystals is on my bucket list. I've not done that in a while, hiking yet. Oh, yeah, hawk feathers, owl feathers. I love finding feathers.
Yeah, feathers are cool. I wish we could get an eagle feather, even though it's against the law to have them.
What? Is against the law to have what? Feathers?
Well, eagle's a protected bird.
Oh, eagle feathers.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be cool to find because we do have bald eagle flying above this.
Oh yeah. I've never found one though, but I've never necessarily looked for one, but I mean we can get ostrich feathers, we can get peacock feathers because people have those in the area, but I like hawk feathers, I like eagle feathers, but never found any.
Hey, welcome in, diary. City pigeon feathers.
Yeah, pigeon feathers. We do have pigeons. They used to be in Central Park. They used to be in the park all the time when I was a kid downtown. Now they're in our backyard at our bird feeders.
Yeah, we got doves and pigeons, blue jays,
redbirds, finches. There's a lot of birds. Some of them are seasonal. They only show up in the spring or in the late summer. Some of them are winter birds. Hey, Caleb. Welcome in, Caleb.
Hey, Caleb Jade. Welcome in.
I've been enjoying when you've been coming back on Chanty's show. I've been watching it. Dennis is tomorrow. Dr. Dennis Carroll's on again tomorrow on Chanty's show. Aquarius Rising Africa. So Dennis will be on there tomorrow at noon our time, 1 p.m. Eastern, I believe. Chantel always has some great shows and guests, and Caleb happens to be one of them.
Yeah, she's got Jessica and Caleb and Dennis.
Oh, Miss Boda over in Rumble said, I replaced cheap blue feathers for eagle feathers my daughter gave me for my wand. That'd be cool.
Oh, wow.
So we have walking sticks that have like a fake stuff on it too. That'd be cool to replace it with eagle or hawk feathers. Oh,
I got some turkey feathers on my gong.
She says they live out on tribal land. That'd be cool. I bet you can find all kinds of artifacts.
Yeah.
We collect arrowheads whenever we can find them, and
it's against the law in Texas to pick them up or a dead hawk.
It is. It's that way. I mean, they're federal protected birds, hawks and eagles and stuff like that. So as I said, it's illegal to even have a feather.
Wow. So this is our flying Bigfoot.
This is the bat squatch. Yes, the flying Bigfoot. So it says April 16th, 1994, 9:30 p.m., Buckley, Wisconsin, or Washington. I don't know why I said Wisconsin. Buckley, Washington. Brian Cansfield, 18, drives an isolated stretch of road in the foothills of Mount Rainier when his truck headlights begin to dim. Suddenly, the engine stalls and Canfield's vehicle rolls to a stop. He then notices a huge, hulking winged humanoid gliding out of the night sky towards him. The 9-foot tall beast lands on the road just 30 feet ahead of him. Canfield claims it had a wolf-like face, yellow eyes, tufted ears, bird-like feet, huge talons, and was covered in blue-tinged fur. See, that's nothing like a Bigfoot.
A blue tinge fur. And his feet aren't like Bigfoot either. That's definitely different feet.
See, you could almost mistake those feet for Dogman,
Mm-hmm.
according to that picture, anyway.
Ew. Almost
So where was I?
cracked
Blue
me.
tinged fur. The two stare at each other for some time before the two colossal. The two stare at each other for some time before the two colossal leathery. The two wings. All right, I was gonna say two colossal. There was two of them. I was talking about the wings though. Before the two colossal leathery bat-like wings unfurled from the monster's back and began to flap. As a beast lifts off into the sky, the force from the tremendous wings shakes the truck. The stalled engine then starts again, and Canfield races home to tell his parents about his encounter. He and his father return to the scene, but find no evidence of the beast that would later be dubbed Bat Squatch.
Bat Squatch. Wow.
So, unlike Bigfoot, he had blue tinged. I've never heard of a blue tinged. We've heard of silver and gray and brown and almost like a black for Bigfoot, but never a blue tinge.
Almost like a combination of a Sasquatch, dog man, and
Yeah, it's got a wolf face.
wow.
Said it had ears with tufts. And he's got claws for his feet.
Welcome in, Blues Cruise. He tuned in to get his woo fix.
But it doesn't show as Blue Cruise. Thank you.
Woo fix. He's got a hairy tummy. You can't see his six-pack.
Is it Cass or Cass?
Cass?
I think it's Cass. Is it short for Kansas? Short for Cassidy? I don't know. Well, it doesn't show its hand, so I don't know if it has necessarily claws like its feet on its hands, because this is just an artist rendition anyway, but
Almost looks like human hands.
well, it'd be closer to Bigfoot.
Bigfoot hands.
Yeah. His
Elk.
bottom looks more furrier than the top. More muscular on top. I don't know. That's strange. So there's Bat Squatch for April 16th, 1994. So that's today's date other than the year.
You really don't know how to pronounce it. We'll just say Cascos.
I want to say Cass. I'm just going to say Cass.
I stole it from the D&D character.
Dungeons and Dragons?
Oh.
All right, so that's all of our creepy history. What did we do? 4, 3? I don't know.
4 or 5.
Got today's date.
That was a lot. That was good. That was good. He said, yeah, haha.
Yeah, I think Miss Boda said that they can have them, the feathers, because she's on tribal land. So I'm assuming if she's indigenous or lives on a reservation or that land, then they technically can have stuff like that because that was part of their culture and part of their ceremonies and headdresses. And
Hmm.
but us, it's illegal for us to kill, or even if it's roadkill, you're not supposed to pluck feathers or take feathers from an eagle or hawk. Or
How about a turkey buzzard?
I don't think they care about turkey buzzards.
Isn't that what you brought home?
I don't think anybody cares about turkey buzzards.
Aren't those the big feathers you brought home?
I didn't see it. It was somebody ran it over with a mower or whatever. So
Yeah,
I picked up a few feathers that weren't quite as damaged as everything else. So, and we used to have pheasant feathers, and pheasant feathers are really pretty.
I don't see too many pheasants around much, like when we were younger.
So growing up for me, you could have a hat band, and you'd have like a pheasant tail, and then you'd have the feathers, and it'd make the band all the way around your hat for a cowboy hat, or some people put it on other hats too. But
Enrolled tribal member, I have several. Yeah, I agree. I'm 13. I mean, if it's already dead, I understand killing it for hat feathers or something, but if it's already dead, goodness sakes. Hey, this window.
Yeah, if it's already dead, you didn't kill it.
Yeah, I mean, what's the harm in that?
If you're not salvaging the feathers or anything to sell or whatever, if it's just for personal use, like I said, making hat bands or attached to a walking stick or whatever, I don't see anything wrong with it. And I don't think anybody necessarily around here or the citizens or normal people, farmers or whoever, would probably care, even if they knew. But it's like the conservation, if they really wanted to be that way, they could probably come in and
welcome in, Wendell.
be butt heads to you.
Butt heads. Don't be a butthead.
But their conservation agents are dwindling. When I was a kid, you'd see conservation agents all the time. They'd come up if you were fishing or hunting, or they'd come up to you and ask for your license or what you're doing and check your equipment. Now you're lucky if you even see one on a road anywhere.
Yeah, they probably can't afford it. They probably got cut back hiring that many.
I was reading some good. I like reading the stories from national park rangers about the stuff that they've seen over the years. That's really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
One that was really good the other day, and I think I saved it. We might have to bring it up sometime. But this female, the picture was a female. I'm assuming it's a female park ranger. Doesn't really say. That's just what the picture was. And it had a little boy. And she said this boy came up and said that if you listen real quietly, that the trees speak louder than humans.
Oh my.
And then he ran off. That's all he said.
Wow.
So this little, not a toddler, but a little guy, I don't know, 13, 12, somewhere in that age, whatever, just ran up to her and just said that if you listen quietly, trees speak louder than humans.
Robin wants to know where you find the National Park Ranger stories.
I think I follow him on TikTok. I'll send it to you, Robin. I think I downloaded it, or at least the picture. I think I screen captured the picture because it was cool.
Yeah, I can imagine they got some good stories.
But there's other places though. I think on Facebook and stuff, there's other places you can go that are actually other written stories. This was just kind of like a small reel or video from this park ranger sharing stuff through her career.
Wow.
It's almost midnight. Or no?
Yeah, we gotta get to our videos. We've got videos. Videos.
So we always talk about not always, but we like to talk about Tartaria and Old World and frequencies and all kinds of stuff. So see if I can find it now.
Robin said, thanks. You know, I'm always on there daily getting my fix.
Oh, yeah. I like TikTok. Not only is it interesting stuff about the stuff that we talk about, cryptids, paranormal, you can find all this strange stuff, but just some of the funny videos. I mean, I'll sit there and watch a stupid cat video or dog videos and just scroll through, and all of a sudden there's all these pet videos, you know, them falling, them barking, them talking. I really like the ones where the people have the dogs that will hit the electronic pucks that have words associated to them, and they have a conversation. This dog will be like, I told you, Mom, I want to go outside. And she goes, no. And he hit the other button and say, yes. They're like having this conversation like a child or a kid, like a kid and a parent.
Hey, Diaries. Got Wendell and Diaries. Tammy says, do the videos before this old lady falls asleep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're getting there. So I'll bring up this picture first, just because of what we usually talk about. And then we'll get to the videos. So we're always talking about cathedrals and pipe organs. And I brought up, and I don't know if I think other people are probably talking about it now too, but I brought up the stained glass windows that they always have around the pipe organs or in the cathedrals. And so you have natural sunlight coming through these colored glass.
That's beautiful.
Which color gives off a frequency. So not only are you getting the healing aspects of the sun or the rays from the sun, but you're also getting it when it pops through these colors, especially blues and purples and oranges and yellows. They all have a certain frequency. And then you have the pipe organ or cathedral music playing. So not only are you getting the music frequencies that are healing and to help you relax and meditate and prepare your body, but also the stained glass color and the warmth of the sun. But then
wait, don't go down below. I want to see that wood carving in the bottom of those pipes. Oh, wow.
I think they're leaves. Well, there's some cherubs. I think there's a cherub right there.
That is stunning.
There's angels.
Oh my gosh.
There's faces in there. I thought it was just like full. That's
stunning. Look at the tiny little pipes, little pipe holes right above the wood too.
Yeah, those are the tenors. Those are the real high ones. And with cathedrals, you'll have the big pipes like against the back or the front wall or wherever they're at. But then like they'll have balconies, and all over the cathedral, they'll have different parts, just like an orchestra will have like the woodwinds and
that's beautiful.
The cellos and, all the percussion instruments. The same thing with the pipe organs. You'll have the bass ones in a certain place, and you'll have the tenor pipes, the mid-range. And so they'll be all over the whole cathedral.
Yeah, I heard that too, Dragonfly, that they were actually open back in the day and they added the glass later. When they actually used the frequencies and stuff, it rang out and through the city. So I heard that too somewhere.
The church bells I know did for sure, because they were up in the the towers and didn't have anything. But I don't know. Maybe in the old days they didn't have stained glass, or maybe they were open windows. But as far as modern church, or is going back into the close to the 1800s or early 1900s, they were always stained glass. But they could have been open. I mean, just like in the castles, they had open windows in the castles.
Just remember, folks, these were built in the 1700s or early 1800s when they had horse and buggy. Somebody invented pipe organ.
I just thought they're not going to be able to hear it.
What? They're not going to be able to hear the videos? Well,
I need to be in not this. Brave doesn't let you play audio.
it don't.
I don't know. I'll try it. And if it doesn't, maybe I'll get out and I'll get back in and
There's Derek.
Where should we start? I guess we'll start with bells.
Buildings before they would destroy them, sound waves, etc. Oh yeah. At least there's still some around here. I hear it.
Well, that's probably because it's coming through my microphone. All right. So I've been scouring the internet trying to find good examples of cathedral bells or church bells. Or
I agree, Wendell. Just standing in front of some of those pipe organs, I can just imagine your whole body feeling the vibrations.
I'm gonna try something different, see what it does.
Yeah, try it. You found some awesome videos.
Oh, I'll get it up, but I'm just saying. Can you hear that?
I'm hearing it. You're hearing.
All right. So I had to share it as a video file.
Yeah.
Can you hear that?
Yep. It's going through YouTube. Oh, wow.
So
I'm
that's
glad there's
one.
still some bells around. Claudette says, we have a granite building in my town. How do they get those stones 100 miles north of Toronto with the so-called horse and buggy? Yep. Oh, the granite and the marble pillars. I mean, there's no way they hauled those things. And they had muddy streets. Subscribe and ring that bell, Dwarf says.
All right.
Cool.
Let's see if we can bring another one up like that. That worked really well. So just imagine that ringing through your town.
Now, did you stop it or was that that short?
Oh, it's just a short clip.
Oh, okay. All right. Now it's all digital, electronic. I'm
So
glad.
the funny thing is that they replace everything with the digital bells and stuff, you know, the sounds. But a lot of churches, some churches didn't actually take the bells out, so they're still up there. They're just not being used. Other ones have disappeared and they're gone.
The church that I went to as a kid still had the bell up there, and they rang it before service. We also had a pipe organ inside our church, and it was a tiny little church too. Yep. Wow.
So I think this is the last one of the big bells. And then I got some other things to show.
Toke Lounge in the lobby. Wendell says, why do some bells sound so ominous?
So I picked bells that had different tones. Some are deeper, some are tinier than others, but they still have that great sound to them.
There's not that many humongous giant ones that made people look like ants standing next to them. Can you imagine what those boogers sounded like? Wow.
So I found some videos where people are actually digging bells up that were buried.
Well, they did bury a bunch of them during the war.
So they're digging them. Some people are finding them on their property, or farmers and all kinds of people are digging them back up, cleaning them up.
Claudette says they're starting to ring the bells again in our city.
We used to,
Something-
our city
bells
used to,
ring.
our city used to ring them at 12 o'clock. We'd hear bells from the churches. And then before church,
That's a good one. You just feel it in your chest area. Definitely healing. And scares off evil.
so we always talk about the churches and the bells, and we bring up the bells, but we don't ever actually bring up videos where you can hear them, or pipe organs or anything like that. So I actually do have some pipe organ music in case somebody has never been in a cathedral and actually heard a pipe organ before.
Not too many. I mean, there's not a whole lot that can really play them now. I know the one that played ours when I was a kid, he's long gone dead. Yeah, just that footwork. Wow. You have to be multi-talented to do that. Concentrate on your feet and what you're playing with your hands.
So not only do you have different things for your feet to do, but you have like sometimes 3 or 4 keyboards that you have to play, and you have to work all the air knobs, all those white knobs off to the side.
Yeah, there's tons of knobs on the side. Oh.
So that's one example.
I still think all the music instruments, grand pianos, all of this came out of the old world.
So you can find this lady on TikTok, and I'll bring up her name. She shows a lot of videos on her playing.
I hope the younger generation continues and learns how to play. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Imagine that vibrating through your body, that bass.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's got to be breathtaking. Wow.
Well, obviously this isn't
Wow.
obviously that isn't a church service. That was like a concerto from Bach that she was playing, is showing you the aspects of the pipe organ. So normally they would be playing religious or music for the ceremony or for the religious ceremony, but she gets to go to cathedrals and places that have pipe organs because she's a world-renowned pipe organist.
Yeah, I loved it when I was a kid in our tiny little church.
So we had organs and pianos in our churches, our little small town, but we never had anything like that, like any kind of pipe organs.
There's no pipe organ in any of the churches here in our town. Oh, guess there isn't, is there?
I don't know about the Catholic Church. I don't remember. I've been in there a few times for weddings or other. You know, I was invited from a lot of my friends were Catholic growing up, so on the baseball or basketball team. So I would go to church with them just to see what their churches were like. So I've been at every church in town, no matter what the denomination was. But I don't remember pipe organs in any of them. But they did have regular organs. I'm trying to remember where I was at.
Not that many left. Even when I was in high school,
Oops.
that's when we stopped going to that church because they wanted to build a brand new church and they destroyed that pipe organ. They just had to put a pipe organ
So there you go. In case you didn't hear what I said, her name was Anna Lapwood. So you can look her up on Facebook or TikTok or any of your. She has reels out there.
Wow.
But then I found a couple other ones that not Anna, other guys, and this is definitely Bach. Oops. I keep forgetting I got to do it the right way for it to come across.
Wow. I can imagine how many they destroyed. Oh.
I don't know about pipe organs. I think most pipe organs, a lot of them that I see in the videos have been restored and brought back because
They destroyed
they
ours.
could have taken them out.
They destroyed ours and just put up the pipes in the new church that they built. They just put the pipes up on the wall. They destroyed that organ when they moved and built a new one. It's a shame. Oh wow.
So I have one more for pipe organs. And this one I just thought was cool, so that's why I brought it up.
Oh, they sound so beautiful.
Oops, that's ain't. I keep wanting to just click on the video and I can't do that. So where is it at?
The Fox Theater.
Look at those pipes.
Oh. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. I actually have pipe organ on my keyboard. Such a neat, unique sound too. Wow.
So I thought that was cool. So there you go. There's bells, and I got the echo back all of a sudden. Once again, did I freeze? No.
2 hours.
So we have church bells that have the resonance and the frequencies, and we have the pipe organs. And then, if you remember ever being at grandma or grandpa's or aunt and uncle's house, where they would have their clocks going.
Oh, yeah.
And we have several clocks that we have. We don't have a grandfather's clock, but I have some Seth Thomas clocks and some other makers.
We gotta wind up. We need to find a grandfather clock.
So not only would you be able to find these tones in church for the pipe organs, but you could have them in your daily life every hour, on the hour, quarter hour, half hour, depending on what your clock was set up for.
A lot of people did back in the old days, didn't they?
To have those tones.
A lot of people had grandfather clocks. Oh,
well,
wow.
And just not grandfather clocks, mantle clocks too.
Wow. So beautiful. I loved going over to your uncle's house, and he had over 100. I don't remember how many he said he'd had, but going over there, and every single room you just hear tick 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 tick.
He only had
a few of them went off. Yeah.
He only had certain ones that he'd wind, other ones, or he'd switch them in and out of, but they were all out on display. Every single clock that he had. So he had at least 300 on display, but he had thousands actually if you counted all of his.
Down in the basement, all the parts, and wow.
So you can still get these. You can still find them. You can find from the 1800s. You can find mantle clocks and stuff like that fairly cheap. I mean, it might be a little pricey for some people. $300-500 up to $1,000 for a nice mantle clock, especially from a well-known craft or a manufacturer like Seth Thomas, for instance. But you can find ones that aren't electronic still today and get them, and they have the nice tubes or their grandfather or that one would be the hour, the ringing of the hour. The other ones would be the pre-tone or the half hour, quarter hour.
Boy, those guys made it long.
So you can adjust them to change the tone however you like it, or to bring it into a tune or let's see.
Yes, Claudette, everything was built better back in the day. All the carvings of the wood. I mean, they just slap on wood stuff now. You don't see the fancy details anymore of this stuff.
You can get online and you can actually buy the pipes themselves.
I like to get the pipes.
You can get old ones, or you can get new ones manufactured to the right frequency or the hertz. So you can actually, and they're not expensive. You can get a whole set of pipes for like a grandfather clock for $500. It's a little expensive, but it's reasonable if you save your money or you budget that money in somehow.
Cheaper than a handpan. Caleb Jade said, "Look up hurdy-gurdy."
Oh yeah, I've looked up hurdy-gurdy. I've seen those videos.
Yeah, now everything's generic.
I like the deeper tones like this.
Still say nobody came up with all this and found parts and built parts back in the early 1800s. Still say all this came from the old world, along with all the other fancy buildings.
So I think we have four or five mantle clocks, and they all have a similar tone to this one. I like the deeper tones or the mid tones compared to the tinny.
So beautiful.
I think I have a couple more. If you guys aren't bored with these yet. I don't think I've shown this one yet. So I think 2 of our clocks, maybe 3, play on the quarter hour and half hour, like this one is. And then when you go to the hour, the top of the hour, it'll play those plus ring the hour chimes.
Oh, they resonate so long.
You didn't notice, quarter after it plays the short few tones. And then when you get to the half hour, it plays the short tones and it adds another set on that, so you can tell the difference between half past and quarter past. Then when you get to 3/4 hours, it has those first 2, then it adds another one, so you have a completely different tune. So you know it's a 3/4. And then when you get to the hour, it plays all of them and then rings the hour, however, 1 or 12 o'clock, it'll play 12 times on the dongs. So that way you can just, all you have to do is hear it and it's half past or 3/4 to the hour, or on the hour, then you'll hear the how many to know what hour it is.
Good night, Wendell. Thank you for stopping
Hi,
in.
Wendell. Thank you. Thank you for popping in. Well, I hope this is interesting to everybody. I know it's interesting to me anyway.
I'm loving it. I think they're enjoying it. Derek said he feels the spirit's ready to move.
Yeah, I think I have one more, maybe 2 more. I don't know.
Claudette said if you look up the oldest pipe organ, Passau, Germany, if I said that right, it's the oldest, largest in the world, and way older than they say.
Let me click on this one. I don't know if it's a different one or the same one that we've already watched. Oh, that's the pipe organ one. Never mind.
That one's beautiful. All those little details of the...
I thought, let's see. Got one, that one.
You can't make anything like that these days.
I think I have one more clock one. I clicked on the wrong one when I... So that's in a big cabinet without the works or anything in front of it.
Just the chimes.
Just the chimes. So you could have that in your house and you can just ring them and play them, or you can set up the timepiece. So there you go. So not only could you have the bells of the churches and the stained glass windows for the frequencies and the colors, but in your house, a lot of houses had stained glass windows in them also. So you could, not only that, but they would hang the crystals or the prisms from the oil lamps or the lampshades, like hurricane lamps would have the prisms. My grandma used to have those where the sun would hit them and shine rainbows all over the walls.
Sandy says House on the Rock has cool organ display.
Yes, House on the Rock has an awesome organ. It takes up like a whole room.
And Claudette, I did look that up, and I'm going to listen to the videos when we're done.
So you could have this in your house daily, hourly, assuming you kept it wind or if you pulled the weights, like our cuckoo clock has weights, these grandfather clocks have weights. The mantle clocks have springs, so you have to wind them up. But you could hear these tones all day long in your house. Plus, when you go out in the community, you could hear the church bells when you go to church or whatever, or services, whether you do or don't, you could still hear the pipe organ. So communities had this frequency constantly in their lives, and they probably, whether they knew it or not, I'm assuming the original people, old world, whoever they were, they knew what it was all about. But then, kind of like everything, we get used to stuff, and over time and generations, we lose history, lose what the real meaning is. So
that's a good question. Sandy wants to know, why were they called grandfather clocks? Do you know? Wasn't there grandmother clocks?
There is grandmother clocks.
But most of them were grandfather clocks.
Grandfather clocks were the tall and big ones. Grandmother clocks were the smaller. They were still bigger, obviously bigger. It was still a stand-up clock, bigger than a mantle clock, but it was not as big and as ornate as a grandfather clock. And why they were grandfather, grandmother, I don't know.
Must be nice, Robin. She has crystals in each window that throws prisms each afternoon. Now I need a clock with chimes, have a local grandfather clock shop downtown. We'll be seeing him soon.
Yeah, you can order. I mean, like I said, you can get them on Facebook Marketplace. There's all kinds of mantle clocks, and some of them are cheap. Some of them you can get for $50. Now, it's not going to have the pipes in it, but it'll have the iron bars. Like, what?
Dwarfy said Derek has a cuckoo clock. Poor
So
Derek.
the ones for like $50, $75, you can buy ones to repair yourself or just to have the chimes in them. For $20, you can find them for parts. But if they're working or assembled, you'll pay $75, $50, maybe $100. I mean, the clocks I bought that were in good condition, I paid $125 for the one at the flea market. But they'll have chimes like this, where those are iron rods or steel bars that are tuned.
That sound just keeps going and going and going.
So those aren't actually tubes like you would see in a grandfather clock or like in a pipe organ tube. These are actually bars that resonate at a certain frequency or that are cut to length and size.
Wow.
So you can find them. You can find old ones. You can find new ones. So whatever your price range, there's always something there. Might not be fancy like a grandfather clock or an order, because you can spend $5,000-$10,000 or more for older grandfather clocks that are so ornate and have more than just 5 or 6 tubes. They might have 12 tubes. Wow. Some of them actually, like that one cabinet that I showed, some grandfather clocks have that as an add-on cabinet. So that one clock will ring the ones it has plus the ones in the other cabinet.
Welcome in, Rosie.
Hi, Rosie.
Yeah, it sounds like ohm tones. That's why I do not own one crystal singing bowl. They may be pretty. They may sound kind of good. Mine are 7 metal, hand-hammered from Nepal. And those things just resonate and resonate and resonate. So if you hit or sing a crystal one, yeah, it's going to sing for a while. But these metal ones that I have, especially if you check out my last video, I did a bunch of singing bowls for about a half an hour. And you can hear this tone and the sounds just resonate over and over and over again, when other ones might do it a little bit, but then they go away. And that's what these grandfather clocks remind me of. They just, you hit those pipes and they just ring and ring and ring. Just beautiful.
So I was lucky enough to grow up with an uncle that belonged to a clockmakers guild. That's what he did as a hobby. So he repaired clocks. And as adult, he had a normal job, not normal, but he had a everyday job. Then on his evenings and weekends, on his spare time, he would repair clocks, and he collected clocks. And so everybody from all across the nation, he got to be known through the Clock Workers Guild of how good he was. And people would send him clocks through the mail or whatever, box it up and send it off to him to fix. Or they would come down from Chicago or Wisconsin or from Missouri up and drop off clocks, and then come back later and pick them up when he was done with them. And I have 2 clocks that he has worked on, and he showed me how to do it. And I was over there some weekends growing up, cleaning parts and gears and helping take clocks apart. Not necessarily putting them back together, although he did show me, and I have books showing him about gears and how they're put together, and I know how to change the springs in them for mantle clocks and stuff. So I can do it. I don't do it. I haven't done it in a long time, but I could. If our spring in our clock, one of our clocks broke, I do have extra springs and stuff like that, so I can replace them. But our clocks are just kind of showpieces, and we have had them ticking and working. They do work. We just don't wind them all the time or have them going. But every once in a while, when we dust or move them, you'll hear the bong, bong.
Trip out.
Trip out.
Robin just found a Trun clock on Facebook Marketplace for $50 nearby. Maybe tomorrow.
See, if you go to your Facebook Marketplace,
wow,
you can find old clocks. You can find grandfather clocks. You can find just the tubes. You can find repair parts. So whatever you want to do, if you just want to have the tubes, for a brand new set, it's like $500, depending on if it's a Miller, one of those Miller brand new Miller clocks. But you can have a whole set of pipes for, I think there's 6 pipes for $500. So if you just, like me and Jane, if you just want to have those pipes hanging and go ding ding,
Yeah, I got two tuning pipes. I mean, I really like the tuning pipes that I have. I got 2 of them back there hanging between my gongs.
Yeah, so it's the same concept.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, you can go down to the hardware store and get pipes. And just find the right size pipe that has a tone that you like. And then once you find that tone, all you have to do is cut the length of the pipe to get whatever note that you want to get out of it.
And like our PVC pipe.
Yeah, you can set up your own pipes if you don't even have to buy the ones from the clockwork makers, or you can buy a cheap set of wind chimes and hang them and bang on them.
Dwarf wants to know, can you have a clock bong at 420?
Absolutely.
And Robin says the clock that she looked at has a key.
Awesome. Yeah, all of our mantle clocks have keys. I mean, we have modern day clocks, obviously, that are plugged in or battery or whatever.
Pipes, bong, and
but we have at least 5 mantle clocks that are 1800s, 1880s. I think that's as late as they go. But there was 3 of them are family clocks. and two of them are ones that I have bought that have no family connection at all. So we have the 31 day clock that hangs up on our wall, and then we have Mano clocks. One's a Camelback, which is has two flats and then a great big hump in the middle. That's like a Camelback clock. So there you go. So if you want to bring tones into your life, into your house, into your environment, you don't even have to have it going all the time. You can just, like that guy was doing, just have it wound. And if you're walking through the room or you're sitting there reading, go ahead and just start that pendulum and let it go so you can hear the tick tock, tick tock. And that's another thing, it was the sound of the tick tock and the pendulum also regulates your body and gets you into a rhythm and helps your blood and stress. And then when you hear the tones of the pipes, that adds a whole new dimension to it. But you can have it just sitting on your mantle. Doesn't have to be going all day long, but you can just take that little hour hand and minute hand and just move it around until you hear the bongs if you keep it wound up.
Yeah, metronome. Rosie says she found a GF clock for $50 nearby. It says battery operated. It must not be too old then. They're either keyed or then they go to battery.
So the one clock that I have it was a gift for working, I think it was 20 years.
And Mitsubishi?
That Mitsubishi is a Howard Miller battery, but it has the tones.
It sounds nice.
It sounds nice, but you can tell it's not like the chimes.
Right.
So it looks, it's modern, and it's supposed to look like an old wall clock and have the chimes on the hour, half hour, quarter hour. So that one we have going, but you can definitely tell the difference. I mean, it is relaxing. It is nice to listen to, but it just doesn't have that richness or that right tone necessarily as a wind up old clock would have. But we do have those available to us. And like I said, you can find them. Go to yard sales, go to garage sales, go to flea markets. I bought two. The two I bought were from flea markets.
Some people just want to get rid of them cheap.
Yeah. Some of them might not work. Some of them, the winding mechanism or the spring might be broke or whatever.
Yeah. Some of them you wind too far and you can jam them.
Yeah. So they can be repaired, or like the grandfather clock. You know, if somebody has an old grandfather clock or they just want to get rid of, and it might be broke or whatever, the pipes would still be good. So you can still ding. You can still hit those pipes and make them ring if that's all you want to do.
Rosie said she found one for free. Tempest Frigate GF clock.
Grandfather.
It has a pretty cabinet.
And the nice thing about grandfather clocks, a lot of them will have the stars and the sun will come up. You know, it'll have a dial that'll go around with the hours, so you can tell AM, PM just by glancing up there to see whether the stars are out or the moon or the sun's out. And they'll track astronomical events like the moon. They'll actually, some of them will have a little dial by itself and track the lunar month. And so you can get them as ornate, as technical as you want.
Forrest said you can tune turntables. I bet Gerald can tune turntables. He did tune. You tuned my piano upstairs because we saw that video that we did a socket upside down or something, and this video showed you that how you can tune a piano.
Yep, we tuned a piano.
We need to do it again. That thing is so out of tune upstairs.
Yeah, we can. I mean, there's a will, there's a way. I mean, I like technical stuff. I like music. I like electronics, obviously. So I'm not afraid to try to fix stuff myself. I have fixed TVs. I fixed a DVD player. I've fixed CD players. I've fixed tape recorders my whole life because that's usually what happens. And my tape recorders would break, and I'd tear them apart and fix them. Sometimes it's just a little gear. Sometimes it's a little gear belt.
You fixed Dwarf's thermal?
I changed the battery in Dwarf's thermal.
Oh my. Rosie said this one's 5'8". The free
Yeah,
one.
grandfather clocks come in different
Wow,
sizes.
grab it.
You can have them up to 8 feet tall, I think, or 7 feet tall. I mean,
Oh my
they
gosh.
can be
Go get it.
wide, they can be narrow.
I would go get it, Rosie.
I would too.
And Dwarf said yes, he did fix it. So it's still working good, huh? Awesome. That's cool. Wow. That'd be nice to get a
I've
free
worked on
one.
computers my whole life. I've fixed laptops. I've fixed Taylor. I've talked about before, replaced our daughter's cell phone screen when she finally dropped it too many times and shattered it.
I think she said it hit the corner of the bed when it went down or something.
Well, she was out. Well, I think she in the living room. She kept dropping it off the couch, and I told her to quit, or she's going to break her screen. And the very last time, spidered the whole screen.
At least they make those better these days.
So yeah, if you can go out and get a clock, if that's what you'd like to do, I would suggest highly doing it. And like I said, if you just want to have it go off once in a while just to hear the tones, or if you get one that's working and you can just have it go all the way.
Claudette, I'm just saying good night, sweet dreams. As I took melatonin, I might fall asleep. Thank you both for an amazing show. Well, you're welcome. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for being here, Claudette. We appreciate all you guys that show up and talk to us and spend time with us all night. Well, not all night. Well, we've been on a few hours.
Almost 3 hours.
Almost 3 hours.
Dwarfy wants to see you arm wrestle MacGyver.
I don't know. MacGyver was an awesome show. I watched that all the time. I was just amazed on what he could do with a rubber band and some tape and some wire. And
Rosie, you need to let us know if you get that clock.
yeah, that's awesome. I want to see some pictures of it.
I don't care if it don't work. Something free and that big and that beautiful wood. Oh my.
We got our piano for free.
Yeah, we got a piano for free. I mean, she wanted money for it, but then nobody wanted it. And then toward the very end, she's cleaning out her parents' house. And she said, if you want it, you can have it. And I went, really?
And it was a bear. Me and my brother-in-law, I think it was just us, me.
Yeah, and
you and my brother-in-law, right?
Our little truck, and
we put it in the back of our little truck. We had to lift it up and carry it over thresholds and onto the truck and then onto our steps and
it was only
into the house. And we finally got it in the house and set it up against the wall. We moved it a couple times, but it has wheels, first of all. But it was heavy.
Oh, cool. We got a free piano. We had to pick it. Oh, never again.
They're heavy. You'd be surprised. You wouldn't think pianos weigh that much, but they are heavy. And you see those videos where those guys, they have the two handles on in there where you can bend down, put your back up against it and lift it like a refrigerator and carry it.
So I don't dare ask to bring the piano down to the basement.
We could.
I
could probably get enough people to do it, but I doubt if it'll ever come back up out of the basement.
I do not want
it's kind of like everybody's big freezer, like my mom and dad had, and everybody's mom and
dad had a big freezer in the basement.
Once they got it downstairs, it ain't coming back out.
No, the piano can stay upstairs. I just don't play it as often with you being retired. I mean, you were gone 1 o'clock in the afternoon until midnight. I mean, I played it and played it and played it, and
I don't mind. You can still come up and play. I'd like to hear you play stuff.
I need to finish my video down here with my little Pink Floyd background. I might have to do pipe organ. Wouldn't that be cool? Yeah, I got I think 3 videos in my mind. I got to get them going.
MacGyver versus Red Green. I like Red Green just because of the comedy and the duct tape and the way he fixes stuff, where MacGyver is more technical and more sciencey, I guess. So I'm probably somewhere just past Red Green, but not quite MacGyver. Let's see what Rosie sent me.
Yeah, I saw that. She's got a screenshot of that free clock.
Oh yeah, that's nice. That looks to me.
Don't they usually have dates that they were made on the inside somewhere?
They'll have labels.
We might have to get a couple have a grandfather clock down here too.
So this one looks, I don't know, it almost looks, it looks like a grandfather clock on top, but it looks like a grandmother clock on the bottom. And I don't see chimes. So maybe it has the metal up in the head or the big part of the clock. Maybe it has the,
or it may just be the case.
No, it looks, it has a pendulum and it has chains or weights. So I'm thinking it must have like the coil for this, the coil for the sound, or maybe it has the metal, the little metal rods where it dings against the metal rods up in it.
Pink Floyd is my favorite.
But I'd definitely take that for free. Absolutely. Oh, I love Pink Floyd, especially if I turn on they have that song with the chimes going off.
If I turn on my loop station, would they be able to hear it through the mic?
Should be able to.
I can give you guys a little sneak peek of my video that I'm working on. I got the background done. I just need to figure out what I want to do on my keyboard. Hold on, I'll turn the camera off and I'll leave my mic on. You guys can hear I think it sounds like Pink Floyd. You did too. You said it sounds like Pink Floyd.
It did sound like Pink Floyd.
All right, I'll turn the camera off so you don't see me walking, but you can still hear me.
All right, I'll let you know.
I'll turn on my system.
So yeah, anything that puts out a tone that's close to 432, or whether it's a grandfather clock or any kind of instrument or whatever, you're better off having it. And so if you can get it for free or cheap, I suggest you do it. Create a sound bath or an environment that you can relax in and have stuff like that, whether it's a tuning pipe or flute, anything.
Right.
Yep.
You hear it?
Yeah, I can. Can you guys at home hear it?
So there you go.
So Jane has all these instruments and stuff where she can make background tracks for her videos and music and stuff like that. So that one I just love because I do like Pink Floyd. So it instantly resonated with me as a Pink Floyd kind of vibe sound. So
got pipe organ. Do I have 2 pipe organs? Yep. That gives me an idea. Now I can do the pipe organ sound with that background loop. So did it come through good?
Yeah, probably not as good as if you would have had it closer, but I could hear it. They could hear it. They said it sounds good.
So does it sound like Pink Floyd to you guys? So yeah, I'm going to get on my keyboard and just kind of play and be like a half an hour relaxing thing. I was thinking about maybe getting I have a lap harp that I might hook up to a mic and have that on there.
You should probably download that and just make it an MP3. And
Well, what I might do is just put two of them together and have a whole hour, just have it stretch out for a whole hour. Let me know if you need some scratches. And Blazer woke up. Hello, is there anybody in there? Nod of you can hear me.
yeah, that's
Nod of you can hear me.
that's a joke based off a Pink Floyd song.
So yeah, I got a tiny little Boss loop station, which is just an amazing. I even did, just 8 seconds of a didgeridoo. I can't play it long. I can't really play it like most people do, but I was able to get 8 seconds out of it. So I have a didgeridoo background. I went outside and recorded crickets and then came down here and put it on there so you can have crickets in the background. Drums, of course. Handpan. I got gongs. I got singing bowls for backgrounds. So yeah, this loop station is so much fun that it just keeps on going over and over again. Then you just can play to it. How far away are you from Troy, Illinois?
Not that close.
Yeah, Troy was that.
I mean, I've been looking on Facebook. There's a couple of them that aren't very far away. Some of them, depending on what clocks you want, $100, $500. Some of them $50. But I'm just looking for that one that's gonna say, "Come get me," and it'll either be free or little to no money, and however far away it is, or if it's even up by Chicago from us, which is 3.5 hours, we'll make that trip just to get it. If it's one that we know we want.
Where'd you say Troy is?
I didn't say where Troy is. I just said we're not that close to it.
So actually I can have 99 loops on, 99 different sounds. I'm on number 27. So I got 27 of them done.
And you can take them off there and download them
off. What's really cool is even though these are done, you can still add things to it later. So it's a lot of fun doing the loop.
Yeah, loops are cool.
All right. Troy, Illinois.
We need to get some drums.
Drums? Troy, Illinois. You mean electronic drums? I got all kinds of drum instruments. Just not a drum.
Oh, I mean,
where are we gonna put a drum set at?
I don't know.
I'm running out of room back there. Some of my instruments are in there with you. Troy's down there by St. Louis. I think I remember going through that. Going down the Baton Rouge, I think I remember going through Troy. Yeah, that would be almost like a 3-hour drive. And then it would be a 3-hour drive bringing the thing home. Loop the goat for Gerald.
I don't think that's very relaxful or peaceful.
Did Blazer pop in and leave again or what?
I don't know.
Blazer, where'd you go?
He's probably checking out police chases or something.
We're outside talking to his Bigfoot.
Oh, Bigfoot. Maybe it's a Bat Squatch because it is the anniversary of Bat Squatch.
I didn't turn everything off and I hear humming and buzzing.
Humming.
You can always have that for a background. Speaker off first.
Squatch chat. Blazer just responded to you
Squatch chat.
instead of Squatch bat. Bat Squatch.
Sass squash.
No, you woke up Tammy with the goat.
Uh-oh. All right, sorry, go back to sleep. Darn, a bat squatch beer would do for an occasion.
Yeah, they have Bat Squatch beer or ale. It was ale and spirits. So I'm assuming that'd be a good line. Cryptid beers, cryptid ale. Just have all Bigfoot,
Cryptid beer.
Mothman. Because you buy beer cans. They had specialty cans, that they'd have just because they knew collectors would collect them. They had images on them, like I had soda cans that had all the football players, all the baseball players.
Does that mean there's Wendigo wine?
Ooh, Wendigo wine.
That's funny. Sassy beer. That beer is a little sass.
You have to change the words to strawberry wine to Wendigo wine. You're as sweet as Wendigo wine.
You're as sweet as a Wendigo wine. I guess the goat makes everybody jump. Good morning, Tammy.
I know it's not very peaceful, I'll tell you.
There's several Bigfoot beers locally in Humboldt.
I'm assuming microbreweries or whatever that make their own stuff probably do have all kinds of names like that, especially around Humboldt. Yeah, like he said.
Bigfoot Brewery. Robin says, I'm checking out this Facebook seller with the clocks, and he has 4 different ones for sale and unique or antique railroad spikes for $10 each. Good grief. You want railroad spikes? We found a whole pile the last time we went walking up the train tracks.
Yeah, you just got to walk down
pile of them.
You just got to walk down some train tracks and you get all kinds of spikes you want. They just pull them out, replace them, and they leave the old ones just lay there.
Yeah, we have it on that video that we walked up the tracks and we found a nice big pile.
And if you're lucky enough, if you walk down the railroad tracks and they still have the old telephone poles, you'll find the colored glass insulators still on some of the poles if nobody stole them yet. So you can get those, and those are cool to collect.
As long as there is no hair, teeth, or claws in the drink, I'm good.
Maybe some blue tinted fur.
15 miles, only 15 miles away, Robin. I know what you're doing.
I'd go get those clocks, or
but
$10 a piece for railroad spikes is kind of expensive, I think, because I remember getting them for $3-4, but that was a long time ago. They might have went up in price, but you can still. I mean, I can walk out in railroad tracks next to us, and I can send you some. Probably
we probably should go get those. We could probably use them for some things.
I got railroad spikes up in the cabinet since I was a kid. So that's probably in early 70s, mid 70s. I remember finding blasting caps. Remember those commercials where they told you if you walk railroad tracks and stuff not to pick up the little blasting caps?
Mm-mm.
I remember seeing those as a kid on railroad tracks. It looked like a firecracker. It was about the same size as a firecracker. Had the cloth or the cardboard looking, and it was colorful. And it had 2 wires coming out of it.
A Seth Thomas for 160.
Yeah, Seth Thomas. I think 2 of my clocks are Seth Thomas's, and I think I paid $130 at a flea market for the one, and probably close to 150, 100. No, one was 110, one was 130. And they were both Seth Thomas's. Mine are mantle clocks or table clocks, so I don't have a wall clock of a Seth Thomas. Night, Derek.
Good night, Derek. Sleep well with your cuckoo clock.
So yeah, Seth Thomas. If it's an original Seth Thomas, because they kept making Seth Thomases even after he died, because he had apprentices, and I think his son took over the company.
Hmm.
So they're still valuable. But if it's an older clock, Seth Thomas, they can be expensive.
And Derek, you have a good rest of the week too. We'll probably see you every day the rest of the week in somebody's chat. Might bring home 2 tomorrow. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Oh yeah.
If they're that cheap, if it's a Seth Thomas and it's working condition and it looks good and works, $150, $160 isn't out of the question, especially for a wall clock.
So Blue Cruise, you like Everclear, huh? And vodka? You like the clear drinks? Everclear will knock you on your butt.
Yeah, make some Smurf punch.
Smurf punch?
Yeah. Get the clear liquid and you add some Kool-Aid.
Hi, Riley. Welcome in.
Hi, Riley.
Aw, Blazer's going to bed.
Well, I don't know how much longer. I'm all right. We can go longer,
Yeah,
but we've been on for almost 3 hours, right?
Almost out of 3 hours. That's for Blazer. Good night. Dream about goats. I use that to make herbal tinctures. Yes, I have used Everclear for certain tinctures.
You use vodka.
And vodka. I used vodka mainly for my medicine. That's my medicine cabinet, all my herbal tinctures. Mostly I did vodka. I did flavored vodka in some of them.
The higher the proof, the better. It's more stringent and adds it's able to distill
back to bed
or get more out of the herbal.
Yeah, there's certain herbs that they recommended to use Everclear and not vodka. But most of my herbal tinctures are with vodka. Some of my elderberry, I've made brandy, cherry brandy, and I've done cherry vodka, vanilla vodka. So I've experimented with my tinctures. Have a blazing good night, Blazer. Blazer sleeps, Sasquatch creeps.
Well, I think grain alcohol would be good for certain things.
I mean,
just a normal tincture. If you just starting out or just doing it, if you want to, I think just buying a high proof vodka, or like Everclear for certain ones, a high proof.
Yeah, vodka is not as
well. Everclear would be a high proof anyway, but
yeah, Everclear is awfully strong. But I have used Everclear on things.
But if you've made tinctures before, it's not about the alcohol as far as the end product. It's all drained out and
yeah, there's no. I mean, cough medicine has alcohol in it.
Yes, there's a little bit.
Your vanilla extracts for cookies. I made my own. You get fresh vanilla beans, throw it in vodka. You've got the best vanilla, better than that imitation crap that you get in the stores. I've made my own vanilla.
But I mean, you in the tinctures, you can tell there's alcohol in it, but it's not like taking a shot or drinking it straight out of the bottle. It's more like a medicine. You can tell it's an alcohol, like a medicine alcohol.
Yeah, Rosie, I was going to say the CBD, THC, if you're doing 420 tinctures, they do say use Everclear. But if you do like dandelion root and nettle and things like that, that's when I just used vodka.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you want THC 420 tincture, You know, some people don't want to smoke. They'd rather do tinctures and stuff. That's when they recommend to use
Dandelion,
Everclear only. Yes.
dandelion, moonshine, and
Yeah, I've got dandelion root. I've got all different kinds of white willow, which is aspirin. I made my own medicine. I don't trust man-made medicine.
speaking of willow,
Or cat willow or a willow tree.
no, this willow tree reminds me of something I saw or I put two and two together about say like Merlin the magician or Merlin the wizard, and you'd see him in movies or reading it in the old books, you know, about King Arthur and all that. Well, he had a wand. And they said druids or that people, you know, because Merlin supposedly was a druid. So he knew about the earth and the frequencies and magic and all that. So that's why he was that in the court. But druids used the willow tree when they made their wands.
Hmm.
So if you look at Disney and the movie where Mickey was a wizard and he had his wand, which brings you to Hollywood.
Hmm.
So not necessarily willow, but holly trees. Druids used holly trees. So they would take the wand for magic out of a holly tree. So it'd be Hollywood.
Yeah, Fantasia.
So if you put the two together, you get Hollywood.
Good
And
night,
that's where
Sandy.
all the magic and all the movies and all the hidden stuff, like in magicians and spells. That's why Hollywood is Hollywood.
Oh, good night, Sandy. And yes, Everclear will suck all the nutrients out more than vodka. And you don't get drunk at all because when you strain it, the alcohol is fumed out. You might taste it, but you're not going to get an effect like you're drinking vodka or a shot of Everclear. So it just pulls out all the nutrients out of the herbs, you know, and wait 6 weeks, you shake it every day, you strain it, poof, you got a tincture that lasts forever. Yep, it evaporates. So, you know, just like cough syrup and, you know, like I said, the vanilla extract, you know, things like that. You would be surprised how much alcohol is in some of the stuff that we use daily. So it evaporates out. It's just used to suck out all the nutrients out of the herbs.
So if you want to be authentic, if you want to have your wand, go get yourself a twig or a small branch off of a holly tree.
A willow tree?
Or a willow tree, but a holly tree would be more authentic. But it depends on what trees are around in your area. But a holly tree would be the ones that are authentic for the druids or like Merlin or the Wizards of Lore. But that's how you put Hollywood together. Magicians, Merlin, holly tree, Hollywood. Save your hearts. I remember my personality leaving my body. Or personally leaving my body? Personality?
Mm.
I don't think I know Save Your Hearts. Do you know Save Your Hearts?
Mm-mm.
Oh, they were up earlier talking about tinctures too.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's when I was talking about, you know, that it evaporates and...
Well, if I didn't say hi, welcome in, Save Your Hearts.
Trying to find a picture, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it.
Picture of what?
A tincture cabinet. That's here somewhere. So yes, welcome in, Save Your Hearts. I used a hot bath method once just for kicks. It works.
Did you read Robin's Dr. Tierra's wild cherry bark syrup?
Mm.
That sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
I like cherry anyway. I mean,
Okay.
I always like cherry for a flavor.
I got cherry bark tincture. Cherry bark is something that I mix with, for your lungs and coughing.
But I like elderberry. Elderberry is really good. So our elderberry syrup or cough medicine and tinctures of elderberry, I really like that. That's my favorite flavor other than just a normal medicine taste. I like to have cherry. I don't mind orange. Oh, Jane doesn't like this, but I like the taste of Pepto Bismol. I love that taste.
Yuck. There's something wrong with you, dude.
Well, we used to remember the little pink candies.
Yeah, those made me gag too. That's just, ew.
That and anise candy, the black licorice.
Yeah. I've got.
I think I got that. I think I got that
anise
from my
tincture,
dad.
too. I got anise tincture.
I think I got that from my dad. He liked the black licorice taste, the anise candy. We used to have the hard candy that was anise. We'd always have those pink candies that tasted like Pepto Bismol, or at least that's what I describe them as. Hey, bounty hunting.
Hey, Bounty Bear. Oh, come on. It's down here somewhere.
And those Necco wafers. Remember the Necco wafers?
Mm-hmm.
That was my dad's favorite candy. Of course, that was depression candy, and that's what he grew up with was Necco wafers. That was like a big treat if they were able to get Necco wafers. I'm sorry, I'm saying it
We
wrong.
had bottle caps when we were little.
Bottle caps and shoelaces and buttons, candy buttons like shoe buttons.
Mm-hmm. Oh, come on. It's here somewhere.
Yeah, Robin, I like elderberry syrup.
We make our own. I make homemade.
I like anise candy. I like Necco wafers because of my dad. I like the Pepto Bismol looking pink candies. I even like circus peanuts, believe it or not. I don't eat them.
You like them, but you don't eat them?
Yeah, I as a kid I loved them. I ate them all whenever we get circus peanuts or Peeps. Mom always had Peeps around. I love Peeps, but I don't eat them anymore just because I'm more in tune with what has chemicals and I probably shouldn't eat it. But if I had a bag, I'd still eat them. But I just don't do it.
Yeah.
Root beer barrels. Loved root beer barrels.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have elderberry plants out behind our barn.
Yep. I dehydrate them.
We transplanted them, and they've been producing really well. And we cut them back this last fall or whatever, and so hopefully this spring they'll start putting out some new shoots. And
Yeah, we used to drive down the country roads and find elderberry and get them that way until a friend of mine said, "Hey, I got a bunch growing in my place. You want some?" I went, "Yeah." So we've got some growing ourselves. Oh, come on.
I have never had a moon pie Bigfoot dwarf. Jane has moon pie. Those are hers up in the cabinet. I've never had one. Even as a kid, I've never had a moon pie.
I think you would like them, though.
I'm sure I would. It's just not my wheelhouse. Even though I drink RC Cola, I've never had a moon pie.
Come on.
Now, I know it's bad for you, and it's always been bad for you. It's probably even worse now, but I liked Hostess cherry pies. Of course, probably eating them when I was a kid compared to now is probably two different things, even though they probably still had chemicals when I was growing up, but I'm assuming they got to be worse now than then. Oatmeal pies. I've never heard of an oatmeal pie.
Oatmeal pie.
Chocolate Neckos are pretty good. I always liked my dad liked the black ones. I always went for the lighter colors. Even in chocolates and candies, I always liked cherry or orange or something my favorite chocolate in the boxes is the ones that have the orange filling in the inside. I couldn't stand it when you picked one and it was the coconut. I wouldn't even eat it or finish it. But believe it or not, I don't like coconut like that, but believe it or not, I like Zagnuts. Zagnuts was one of my favorite bars, candy bars, and it was roasted coconut, and I didn't know that as a kid. But so here I don't like coconut as far as the creamy centers, but as far as coconut for the candy bar, I loved it. I like oatmeal cookies.
Ooh, raisin oatmeal cookies.
If you have a Dollar General or some kind of a dollar store or a Huck's or a Casey's, you can get moon pies. I think they all carry them. If you have a Cracker Barrel anywhere near you,
Oh yeah, get the candy sticks.
yeah, you can go to a Cracker Barrel and you can get hard candy sticks and all the old candies, Necco wafers, and so that's a good place to go for old candies if you can find a Cracker Barrel. They're a little expensive, but you can, if it's just a one-time thing or you buy a few candy bars or hard sticks or something just to have around. And see, I wouldn't eat them. I wouldn't eat Mounds just because of the coconut, or I think Mounds has coconut in it.
Mm-hmm.
It has coconut in it. I don't usually eat it.
I didn't like
For
coconut.
whatever reason, that Zagnut was roasted. It had roasted like a flake roasted coconut.
I can't find it.
Oh wow! Tanya says they used to roast moon pies over a campfire. That's interesting.
Ooh. Oh, I bet that would be good. Oh, when some of our kids were still here, instead of doing s'mores with Hershey bars, we did Reese's.
Right.
Those were good. Well, come on.
Talking Bounty Hunter, you talking like Rolos?
Rolos with the caramel on the inside?
I don't know what he's talking about. He's talking about a candy that came in like a paper tube.
Yeah, that sounds like Rolos.
Like 10 chocolates in a tube. I'm thinking of Rolos, but I don't know if that's it or not. Cinnamon sticks. I like cinnamon as far as the hard sticks, but what was the candy that Mom got? I really like those. Clove. Clove gum and clove hard sticks.
All right,
If you have a sore throat,
want to put me on full screen?
yeah. Hang on.
Oops, this is our cabinet close to where Garrel is. It's actually the water pipe cabinet, but he made, you can see I got bee pollen up on top, my kombucha scobies are there, and then there's shelves and shelves and shelves of my tinctures. So I've got a wide variety of them. And they're very easy to make. And a lot of metaphysical stores, I think it's for witches and witchcraft, but you can get fresh herbs in You know, like a metaphysical shop where they
Right.
sell crystals and singing bowls and stuff like that. They may have some herbs over there that are into like new agey, but hey, it's still herbs.
It'll
Used
make
to-
your,
used
it'll
to
make your
say-
beard grow.
Used to say I'd go downstairs and witchify my. How did you say that?
I
Yeah,
don't.
witchy poo, making my potions downstairs, or making some tinctures or something. Yeah. So yeah, years ago, an herbalist would have been considered a witch.
So if you can find a
There's,
Cracker Barrel,
Kimchi.
kimchi, yeah.
Can't find clove.
If you go to Cracker Barrel, as far as I know, they still have clove. They have the clove gum
Yeah,
and
the
they
clove
have the
sticks, clove
clove
gum.
hard sticks and candy.
Is Cracker Barrel all over?
Yes, they're
Okay.
well, I know they're down south, and we have them up here as far as Illinois. You know, I don't know how far north or how far west they go, but there's different there's Apple Barrel, I think, was another
Chicken
one.
sticks. And if it's not Rolos, I can't think of what else. Well, was in a tube that was chocolatey. If it wasn't Rolos,
I remember something like that. I was thinking Rolos, but I don't know. I guess not. Chick Sticks. Yep, they're good.
yeah, chick sticks are good. I'm scrolling back since it took forever to find my little.
But there's a website. I think it's Old Fashioned Candy. You can go online and order them, have everything sent straight to your house, and it's all. I mean, like you're talking about Jawbreakers, gumballs,
Probably on
root beer
Amazon.
barrels, all the old candy bar, even candy bars you can't find in the store. They have them somehow, and they ship them to you.
You can probably find them on Amazon.
I'd go to someplace like I said, the Old Fashioned Candy Store or whatever it's called. You'll find it if you look it up.
So he's not thinking about Tootsie Rolls. Were they in a tube?
Tootsie Rolls were in a tube. They were. Tootsie Rolls were in a tube, and they were in the little like cough drop lozenge shape.
So yeah, Bounty Bear.
Round, or a little round,
So yeah, you talking about
almost flat. Looks like a little flying saucer, but they were chocolate and they were into the tubes.
yeah. Well, we got to see if Bounty Bear says yeah, it was Tootsie Rolls.
But you can still get Bazooka gum. You can get all the gums that we had, Bubblicious, all the old gums that we used to get when we were kids. They have Fruit Stripes, Juicy Fruit.
Yeah, the Mallow Cups.
My favorite gum was either Juicy Fruit or the tea. What was the company's name? Start with a T. Tea-berry gum. They had Blackjack and they had something else. They had another popular one.
It's just fun going to Cracker Barrel. They got all that old-fashioned candy. It's really cool. Tractor
Mallow
Supply
cups. Yeah,
sells
Mallow.
there. The Mallow Cups.
Yep, Tractor Supply sells some candies. Menards is a good place for candies too. I don't know if they necessarily have. Excuse me. I don't know if they have all the old candies at Tractor Supply or Menards and places like that, but definitely Cracker Barrel.
Blackjack gum. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
Blackjack.
matters. Blackjack gum.
The Japanese people that come over from Japan to our auto manufacturer, that when I was working in the auto plant, they would bring Blackjack. And it was different than the Blackjack it was real. I mean, it had a strong, it was good. So they always brought stuff like that over with them when they come over and they knew they were going to stay, months or weeks or a year or whatever. They'd bring stuff like that over to hand out to people.
They still make Dentine gum. I don't think I've seen Dentine in a store for a long time.
I haven't either. Probably find it at Cracker Barrel. I don't know.
Yeah, but most gum I can't chew.
Yeah, Mom always had Dentine. Dentine or Juicy Fruit. Juicy Fruit was Mom's favorite. Then when she was sick, if she had a scratchy throat, or like I said, she
Yeah,
used to get laryngitis or almost lose her voice, and she would get that clove gum, and she'd get those clove sticks, and it would get rid of that laryngitis or whatever. She'd get her voice back.
I heard stories about the blackjack before the internet. Not Tootsie Rolls either. Oh my goodness, he's looking. Little chocolate. Oh, the little chocolate coins. We used to play pirates. So he's still trying to figure out the little chocolate thingies in a tube. Milk Duds?
Beaches gum. Yeah, I like Beaches gum.
Was it Milk Duds?
No, I don't think Milk Duds came in a little tube. I know Tootsie Rolls did. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Sixlets. They were in.
Oh, I like Sixlets.
We used to get Sixlets all the time. Not Milk Duds. We play with those gold chocolate coins too. How about the candy cigarettes?
Yep, we had candy cigarettes, Bits of Honey,
Butterfingers and Baby Ruth candy bars are old timers. Sugar daddies.
Oh yeah, Sugar Daddies.
Big Hunk.
Remember Chuckles?
Yeah, Chuckles. "12-foot ninjas."
Dad always liked malt balls too.
Malted milk balls.
Yeah. Slow Pokes. Remember Slow Pokes?
They don't have them anymore in the stores anymore either, do they? Slow Pokes were good. They were
Mom would have
a flat sucker, kind of. Oh wow!
Yeah, Mom would have a little box of chiclets in her purse once in a while too.
Yeah, Lifesavers are starting. See a lot of those flavored Lifesavers in stores and stuff. You can find them in a gas station store once in a while. Some of the Lifesavers, but not like when we were little. You'd have them all displayed with all the different flavors.
Well, we used to get the Christmas boxes with all the
Oh yeah,
flavors in them.
Atomic Fireballs.
I don't normally like hot stuff, but I ended up eventually being able to suffer through an Atomic Fireball. But normally I wouldn't like them. But people at work would bring them big giant things in of Atomic Fireballs.
Get them at Sam's Club.
Yeah.
And then some of our kids like those little hot tamales. Those really hot.
Mom would have a jar of Red Hots, all its cinnamon Red Hots.
She would always have her cinnamon Red Hots.
I can't think of what the chocolate in the tube, but I remember them.
What would it be? So it's something we don't have now, or?
I did a quick search myself, and I couldn't find anything in a cardboard tube or. So I don't know. What's the things that you like? The two candies that are together, or something in Ike's, or what is it called? Oh, you buy them in movie theaters all the time. It had like a hard shell, looked like a pill. There was like two of them.
Oh, it was kind of like it's
I want to say Ike, but
Good and Plenty.
Good, yeah, Good and Plenty.
Good and Plenty, the licorice ones. Yeah, I love those. Yeah, giant jawbreakers.
Yeah.
That brings back memories of grade school.
Mike and Ike's.
Mike and
Yeah,
Ike.
that's what I was thinking of.
Good and Plenty's is good.
Yep. Her Mandela effect.
It might be a Mandela effect.
Ooh, lemon heads. Man, we used to get those sour packets that you'd have that like stick that you would put in the powder.
You make it real sour.
No, the packet itself was sour, and you like, I don't know what the stick was made of. It was like it was a white stick. It almost looked ceramic or something,
Right.
and you would lick it or suck on it, and then you'd stick it in that powder, and it was like, oh my gosh, it was so sour, all that stuff.
Well, how many of you did a pixie stick and started choking and coughing from doing it too
Spit
fast?
out
in your
dust.
throat?
Remember coughing and spitting dust out of your mouth? Now and later, yep.
I don't even know if pixie sticks are even still out there anymore. They've gotten rid of a lot of our childhood candy.
Yeah, Robin, the straws with the powder. That's
Love
like
with the powder.
the sticks, the pixie sticks were the cardboard, and you could twist them apart. And
Yeah,
get,
and then the plastic ones, they had
But then
real
it-
big ones. The
but then
plastic.
at Christmas they'd come out. Then they started carrying them all the time. The great big thick plastic ones. Is this like a giant pixie stick on steroids?
And dipsticks. It was before
Dipsticks is what I'm talking about. Yeah.
No, pop rock candy. Well, I remember pixie sticks. How many times you'd inhale or shove it down your throat too much?
Right. Like I said, you'd cough and that powder would just come flying out. Pop rocks. Yep. Those are good.
Hard candy ribbons at Christmas.
Oh yeah, my grandma had a tin always at Christmas with the ribbon candy. Instead of the ribbon candy, though, I like the other ones that were like a hard candy. It was kind of the same kind of thing, but it had like the shape of a snowman or a Christmas tree in the center. So the center was usually white with a Christmas tree or a
Yeah,
snowman in it. Then it had another color like cherry or purple or something on the outside of it. It was just a little hard candy. It was usually with the ribbon candy.
Oh, something else is gone. We used to go in the grocery stores and they'd have the big bins of all the Brock's candy, all the bunch of different Brock's candy and
Yeah,
stuff.
rocks.
You
Yeah.
You don't see that in grocery stores anymore either. That you
Rock-
pick
it was
from
called rock candy.
butterscotch and
Yeah, it was called rock candy, wasn't it?
Brock's
Rock. ROCK. Rock
dots
candy.
on paper melted before I could get to them.
They would too. That food coloring or whatever is on them buttons, them
How much paper did we eat when we were kids?
or wax. Remember the wax bottles and wax lips and
Oh.
and I'm sure everybody else did it. I know I did it, and I know my friends did it. But you'd sit there even after the liquid and everything was gone. You'd sit there and chewed on that wax.
Yep.
Can you imagine what was in that wax?
That's what's wrong with us these days.
Then them stupid dots, just like everything else, those dots, like Robin or you were saying, if as soon as you start to try to flick it off the paper would stick to the back, and you'd have this strip of long paper on the back of your dot.
Yeah, I forgot there was cigarette gum too. Not just a cigarette candy, there was cigarette gum.
I don't remember cigarette. Oh yeah, I
I
do
remember
remember
cigarette
cigarette gum.
Mhm.
Yeah, absolutely. It had that white dry powder on it too. So they didn't stick together.
That's what I was thinking of, Robin. That was my favorite when I went to my grandma's house. She would have a little glass jar with these Brock's candies from the grocery store, and those little white taffy things with the fruit things in it was one of my favorites too. And the butterscotch, those big butterscotch drops. Oh,
Yeah, Mom always had butterscotches.
and the cinnamon ones. Aw, Tanya still has a Brock's candy bin in one of the stores there.
Oh, nice.
I remember we did here in our little town years ago, but that was that was back when it was Oh shoot, what were the people that owned the grocery store back then? What was it called years ago?
What?
The grocery store, our little
Murphy's?
yeah, it was Murphy. And when I first came into town, they still had that Brock's Bend in that store. 'Cause I don't think Kelts did. I think it was the other one.
Kelts?
Yeah, I don't
Or
think it was
was it,
Kelts.
was it out on the high? The one on the highway was Hubbard's. It was a Fox Foods out on the highway. If you were here then, yeah, it might have been closed by the time you
When I
got
first got here, the grocery store was out there where the restaurant is. We had
there. Okay, that was Hubbard's.
there was 3 grocery stores. It was Kelts and then Murphy's and then that rinky dink one out there that turned into a restaurant.
Yeah, it wasn't Rinky Dink at the beginning. It was a Fox Foods, and it was really good when the original family that opened it up.
Wow.
But the first original grocery store before all those was where the fire station is.
Really?
That was a grocery store. It was 2 stories, and it had like the meat locker, and it had
2
groceries, and so it was a normal grocery store, but it had a butcher in with it. So it had a basement, a first floor, and a second floor. That was the only grocery store in town until Murphy's and all them came in. I don't think Murphy's is a name or a franchise, but this was actually, his name was Lloyd Murphy, so that's why we called it Murphy's. It was like an IGA or
was Kelts IGA?
Well, I think maybe Kelts was IGA. So what was Murphy's then?
I think they were just a
Grocery store.
Wasn't it? Yeah, I think it was just a regular grocery store.
His last name was Murphy, so I don't think it had anything to do with the franchise. It was just, we just called it Murphy's because that was his last name. Just like our original drugstore as a kid was called Meridian's because that was their last name. Their last name was Meridian. So most stores, most gas stations or whatever, you use, at least around here, we'd call the store by the person's last name. Go down to Kelts, go over to Murphy.
Yeah, Kelts was their family name too.
Yeah. So you go to Kelts, you go to Murphy's, you go to Hazi's, get some candy.
Boy, how things have changed in our 60-some years. My goodness.
Go to Klein's filling station. It was a standard station, but everybody called it Klein's because that was their last name, Klein's.
And Marge's.
Yeah. Marge's was another gas station. So, I mean, people, or Shelton's.
Yeah, they were family names. Yeah.
I mean, they all had individual like Standard and Gulf and Phillips 66. There was a bunch of different gas stations. Even the car. I mean, car places now still use names, but the Ford or Chevy the Chevy dealership was Sefton's. And I'm trying to remember what the Ford dealership was. It was another family name that first started it. McLean's? I don't know. I can't remember.
I think it was McLean's.
But can you imagine a stranger coming into town? Well, let's go over to Murphy's. It's like, what the hell is Murphy's? Or what the hell's Klein's, or what's Kelts? You'd have to tell them it's a grocery store, and you have to say it's the IGA or the Fox or.
Oh. Must not be an animal outside. It must have been barking at a cat.
Probably.
Somebody got too close. Someone got close to her.
Cat probably said something bad about the dog.
Got close to her brand new elk antler she got from Chewy this morning. She was so excited when the box man came and there was something inside for her. She got a new elk antler. And the goats got their new mineral block. And oh my, you should have seen them. They're all 4 of them fighting over that thing. And they knew I was carrying it inside.
As soon as you brought it in, they knew.
Yeah, they're fighting to run around. I said, calm down. I can't even put it in the little pan. I put that down. All four of them were just licking and chewing and nibbling on that thing. So yeah, they were past due for their little mineral block. And they got licorice flavored goat treats. And the cat's got catnip strawberries with fuzzy little hair on it.
Save Your Heart says, with a name like McLean, not cleaning things is rough.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I was just thinking of all that old candy.
Yeah, what were the suckers or the lollipops that had gum in the center of them? Blow up or
Blow pops?
blow
Blow
pops?
pops?
Yeah. Bounty Hunter was mentioning that about chewing gum in the center of a jawbreaker or blowing bubbles.
I used to I used to do the inside bubbles, I make a crack.
Yeah,
Now
we could blow, as kids, we could, if you got the right bubble gum, you could blow bubbles inside bubbles.
I was able to do that too.
You had to use your tongue to make the hole for the next bubble to go inside.
I miss chewing gum.
Yeah, blow pops. I liked Laffy Taffy. Laffy Taffy was always good. Hard on teeth and dentures, though. Sticky.
Winter suckers, cherry and grape.
Winter suckers. I don't remember. I mean, I remember Tootsie Pops and safety pops, safety suckers. Remember those where they just had the little piece of cord or instead of a stick? Because they said too many kids were poking themselves with sticks or another kids, or they get it stuck in their throat, that long stick. Somehow they get it stuck. So safety pops, you didn't have that problem, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, that was good gum in the baseball cards.
It didn't last long, though. It was good, but then it got really hard after. It's like bazooka gum. Eventually, it just got like, man, what am I chewing?
And Tootsie Roll Pops.
My favorite now are some, at work, people would bring in them caramel apple, the green apple with the caramel in the middle of the suckers. Those were good.
Yeah, the rappers used to have cartoons and tattoos. I guess kids these days just aren't interested in this kind of stuff, and that's why they kind of stop showing up in stores.
Somewhere over at Mom's, or actually my niece's now, there's going to be, remember those little boxes that had puzzles? There were little tiny boxes that had puzzles in them. They're like a 50 to 100 piece puzzle or something, or whatever they were, 25 piece. I don't know. Anyway, over there, I bet there's one of those boxes that's probably filled up with probably 200 or 300 Bazooka Joe comics, because I was saving up the points to send in for something and I never did. I forgot or whatever. So if they clean out the basement down there and they find my old junk, they're going to find that box with all those Bazooka Joe comics I was saving.
Hey, welcome in, or good morning, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
I'm glad you showed up, Dan, because the other day in Jessica's chat, you made a comment, and I would like to announce to you April 30th is on a Wednesday afternoon for us. So it's 8 o'clock at night in the UK. We are having Paul Stobbs on and talking about his book that you mentioned. And I'm reading that book right now. It's right there. So yes, I've got the Nephilims Look Like Clowns, and we've got Paul coming on. So yeah, you brought that up in Jessica's chat, and I went, oh, yep, we've got him coming April 30th.
Yep, so not too far away.
I binged watched a bunch of his videos on it, and I went, oh my goodness. So I contacted him, and he said he would be happy to come on our show.
So we got Kate coming back on,
Yep.
talking about fairies. I got Mark Ollie coming on, and we're
Nick
going to be
coming
talking
back.
about angels and giants.
Greg.
And we got Greg House coming on from Woodwalkers, and we're going to be talking about Bigfoot and his experiences. And so we got some new guests. Plus, we got like Jesus coming back on. We're probably going to have Jessica coming up. We just had Lynn Monet.
Got Jesus Payan coming back.
I thought I just said that. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, Jesus is
DM
coming.
me the details, Facebook or Instagram. What's August? Not August. April 30th, and it'll be 8 o'clock UK time. So it'll be 2 o'clock in the afternoon for us.
Yeah, it'll be in the afternoon for us. Early.
So over at your time, it would be 8 o'clock at night. He's getting his book next payday. It's a very good book. I'm on chapter 2 right now. I'm kind of a slow reader.
Chapter 2, the Nephilim.
Gotta find time to actually sit down and concentrate when I read. But yeah, it's a very good book.
So far, we had talked about the Nephilims and the clowns, me and you personally, since you brought up this subject. And we talked about the Masons or Freemasons and fast food. You brought that subject up also. So the other night I was looking into it a little more and found out
stuff. Oh.
KFC. Colonel Sanders was a Freemason. Dave Thomas, who worked for KFC and then started Wendy's, was a Freemason. I couldn't find Ray Kroc, which brings in the clown aspect of all this for the Nephilim. But I couldn't find any connection to Freeman. Not to say he wasn't involved, but he might have been in another organization, but I couldn't find anything on him.
I gotta find
White
that.
Castle. White Castle was started by 2 Masons.
Oh, I gotta find that video that Paul was on with that guest, and that guest brought up all the fast food chains are connected to a lot of the clowns and stuff. And I mean, you look into it, it's not just a circus clown or the Shriners. It's a culture throughout the whole world. Everyone did it. They dressed up in this, bright colors and the red noses, the white face, the red lipstick, the big grins, always red hair. Look at all the musicians. All these musicians have been painted themselves up, like David Bowie, and there's just all kinds of them that there is a
Kiss really wasn't clowns, but they had painted faces. They were the white and exaggerated faces.
The Queens would have their painted faces. So yeah, the clowns are definitely connected to demons. And that's one reason why some people have a major fear of clowns. Paul's work is really an eye-opening. Oh, yes, it is. I mean, he was into it, and then he had to he had to quit YouTube for several years because he was going to lose his job. He was a manager, and the bosses kind of went, we found your YouTube. We don't like what you're doing. So he quit. Then he quit that job, and he came back the last few years, and he's back into his YouTube work again. So yeah, I like just the details and the pictures. Oh my gosh, the presentation. If he does the presentation like some of his videos, he's got pictures and pictures and pictures, and he just breaks it all down. Very easy for you to understand. And then you can open up your mouth and go, oh crap.
So we're going to let Paul talk about clowns and Nephilims, but we still might do a show sometime, not necessarily with Paul, but we might still talk about the short season or the little season. So we still might do a show on that or talk about it, maybe on a Wednesday night. Maybe
we might just to bring it up. Yeah, because Paul actually teaches on this little season, and he's now to the point that feels like he's taught or said everything in the lump sum. So he wants to go back to his Nephilims look like clowns and really dig more into that kind of stuff. But yeah, he's really good. I like him. Yes, Jane, he is amazing. There's some good conversation with Gary Wayne too, 2 legends. Yeah, I've got to subscribe to a few of these new channels.
So since you said Gary Wayne, that reminds me of John Wayne Gacy that was a clown, a children's clown, and he was a serial killer.
Yeah, Robin, that one that I sent you is like a 59-minute video, and it's just like a lump sum presentation. And he just breaks it down to all different cultures and the musicians and everything. That was a very
Well,
good video.
this look in my lifetime, we've had Bozo the Clown.
Mhm.
We've had clowns on Scooby Doo and we had movies like Killer Clowns. We've had,
Yeah.
I sent you the music video of Sayer, Gary Sayer, or whatever his name was, that did How to Clown Makeup, which was a big hit in the 70s in music.
Well, and then I heard that if you become a Shriner, you have to reach the 33rd level of Masons, and then you become a Shriner and present yourself as the clowns. So there's so much information that he talks about, and it's in his book, and he's working on his second book, and he said hopefully within a year that will be done.
Yeah, Gacy. John Wayne.
Yeah, some people are definitely afraid of clowns. Just just petrified of them. Yeah, it was nasty.
Yeah, but even before it, we had scary movies like Killer Clowns and all kinds of clowns. And
good night, Rosie. Thank you so much for stopping in. Please message us tomorrow. Let us know if you actually got that clock.
I think she's trying to find clocks for us, but she needs to go get a clock that's by her and get a clock for herself.
Yeah, that's true. All Shriners are Masons, but not Masons or Shriners. You have to be the top level, the 33rd, and then you become a Shriner. It's a higher up thing.
There's also the spin-off of
Killer Clowns. Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Yeah, there was Killer Clowns from Outer Space. There's all kinds of stuff like that.
Oh, she's not sure she would get David to go get it.
Oh.
Just say, please, 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 please.
What's the other? There's the Odd Fellows, the Shriners. What's the other one? What's the other groups that came off of it?
You started it, Gerald. After watching your Rumble the other week, I downloaded all the Outer Limits.
Oh, wow. I like Outer Limits. I like Outer Limits, like One Step Beyond. I like, obviously, Twilight Zone, Thriller with Thriller is a good one. Suspense is a good one. There's a couple old ones from like DuPont. We played one of the movies from DuPont. You'd be surprised how many suspense or murder or paranormal little 30-minute, 25-minute shows that were played on TV at the very beginning when TV was first coming out. Suspense and murder was hot back then.
And yeah, there's reasons why they do the certain things on their faces also that Paul will get into. One is you see that they have the lines going down. Some of the clowns make the line from their eyebrow going down past their eyes. That represents the lizard eyes.
Well, also, not necessarily for the clowns, but like people that have the teardrop coming down, which looks like a black line, but it's a teardrop in gangs and motorcycle clubs.
Mm-hmm. The older I get, the further back my interest in entertainment, music, shows, movies go. Got it back in the Land of Giants next.
Yeah, Land of Giants, Land Before Time.
Yep, makeup that looks like slits. The slit eyes.
There's just so many good old shows out there. And we got I actually have some new ones, a new one coming up this weekend. So Friday, Saturday, tune in to our Rumble channel for a creepy movie night. Because I got an old 70s series that started off as a movie, then went into a series.
Hmm.
So we're going to be playing a couple of those. We're going to play the movie first, and then we'll play the series a little bit. I don't know if we'll play all of them, but because actually it's the same plot over and over, but kind of like Night Stalker, where they have different, it's the same thing, hunting monsters. So this new series I'm going to play is kind of the same kind of deal, where it's almost like the same show over and over, but it has little twists every episode. But you'll like the movie. The movie will be good.
Mom talk, kids.
Then you got the wide mouths, the wide mouths, the extended mouths.
Well,
Oh,
even
wow.
the frill thing that they have around their neck, and the queen and everybody that has this little frill thing that comes from a lizard that puffs up and makes that little ring around its neck. That's why clowns and everybody has that
No,
fluff or whatever you want to call it.
yeah, that frill.
Yeah.
That's just a catcher for all the flesh and blood.
1936 Flash Jordan series is really interesting.
Yeah, see, Robin already sent that to me. I think it was today, actually. 1936 Flash Gordon. Yeah.
So yeah, I
I'll
can't.
sneak that in one of these
Yeah,
weekends. I got this weekend already full, and we don't have a guest Sunday.
it's Easter.
So Friday, Saturday will be our creepy movie night. Then Sunday we might play a couple
Easter movies.
Easter movies, and I think I know what I want to play, but I'm having trouble with one because it's not in English. So you'd have to either have subtitles or a dubbed
Really?
over version of it. But it's a great movie. Great movie.
You have the rough collar.
So it is going to deal with Easter and Christianity. So tune in Sunday night. I think we're going to do it. I'm almost 100% positive we're going to do it. But
The Thing.
we played the thing at the very beginning, the original thing.
Donnie
Before the Kurt Russell.
Donnie Darko.
Donnie Darko's a
Donnie
good one.
Darko for Easter.
I don't know about Donnie Darko for Easter, but Donnie Darko's a good movie.
Oh,
I mean, that's like saying let's play The Exorcist on Easter because it has a priest, and yeah, The Exorcist would be a good Easter movie.
I don't want to watch The Exorcist. No.
That is the one movie I can handle almost any movie, but The Exorcist, and it's not that I'm scared because of the horror. I'm scared because I get in my head, and growing up being a Christian and knowing about the devil and Satan, and it just gets in my head, and it just by the end of the movie, I'm freaked out. It's like I don't even want to walk down the hallway at night by myself.
You have a good day, Dan. Enjoy your wonderful, beautiful day that you're having over there.
Yeah.
Yay.
Have a great day, Dan.
And don't forget April 30th, 8 o'clock UK time.
Don't forget any of our shows. I think they're all good, whether they're Kate or Jesus or Lynn Monet we just had or whoever it is. But for you, definitely don't forget that one about the clowns and the Nephilim.
Well, Caleb Jade was just in chat earlier.
Yeah. Why?
Dan says, if anyone prays, please pray for Caleb Jade. Send him your love.
Yeah, he popped in earlier.
Yeah, he popped in earlier.
Said hi, and
if there's something going on, I will definitely pray for him. It can be
we will add him to the list.
All right, I will lift him up in prayer. Thank you. This chat's flying. I read something and it's gone.
I know. We're almost at 4 hours.
When people run in circles, it's very, very a mad world. What? Bounty Bear is a female.
Just so you know, I'm female. I have
Yeah.
received 4 emails already this week for not verifying it.
I thank you for letting me know. I was assuming that you were a guy. Yeah.
I just assumed
You
that
never
too,
know.
but we don't really dig too deep. We just try to be respectful, and we kind of try to guess, if we say she, he, if we're talking to somebody, but if we make a mistake, we're sorry.
When I was first in this community, many people said, "Hey, bro. Hey, dude. How you doing?" They thought
Yeah.
I was a guy. And
Well, Bomber
so
was a girl.
I
And we
thought
thought for a
Bomber was
long
a guy.
time Bomber was a guy.
I
So
thought Bomber was a guy, and she said, "I'm a female." And I didn't know that. Wow. You just never know.
and in
Thanks for
chat,
letting me know.
and in chat, you really can't see the pictures, and not everybody's picture is a picture of who they actually are.
Right.
So we don't know. I don't really even think that much about it. I just look at something and
Well, most hunting bear, many females hunt bears. So yeah, I guess you're assuming that you're a guy. I didn't really think it was a big deal until I get emails this week. What the heck? So
well, it don't. I mean, we're glad you told us. So now we
Yeah.
know. But it doesn't really matter whether you're male, female to us as far as who you are in chat. But we try to be respectful and try to say the right thing. If you're a she or a he or
you guys are all family.
a dude, a bro, whatever you are. So I'll try to put that in memory that you are a female, and I'll try to keep that in mind. But it doesn't really matter. We don't care.
Did you hit your mic?
No, I don't know what that was. I didn't do it.
You didn't do anything?
No. Probably somebody visiting.
Oh,
I don't know.
we haven't had anything come out of that wall in a long time.
But even when I go in people's chats, because I have the Midwest Night Watchers logo, and I just have Midwest Night Watchers, a lot of times people will say hi to me and you, thinking, okay, it could be either one of us. So a lot of times I'll get hi Jane or hi what, or
Well, unless they have like Robin's name or Tammy, and
right.
they're a guy or a girl.
But if you just see Robin could be a boy.
Yeah.
But we can see her picture and we know Robin personally. So unless Robin's not telling us something.
People are getting crazy these days. People are changing.
I don't care. I don't get into that.
Yes, people are definitely changing. I think they've got things that are messing with our minds, because I'm going through spiritual attacks of trying to go to sleep, and I have these thoughts come in my mind, and or sad memories, and I'm going, where are these coming from? Or you just feel angry. I'm normally not an angry person, but there's times that I wish the anger just wants to come out. So I think they're messing microwave something. I think they're messing with all of our minds about things.
I go to sleep and I dream of puppy dogs and butterflies and owls and
ponies
and alternate worlds. And I haven't tried that in a while. I haven't been doing that. I used to do it all the time where I try to
think about something before you go to sleep.
Yeah, and I haven't done that. I've just been going to sleep and I end up having pet dreams or animals or whatever.
I haven't had any real strong, vivid dreams like I was there for a while. You can feel mostly the energy.
I mean, sometimes the way people word things in chat, you can tell if usually you can tell if it's a guy or girl, and then you kind of guess by their name, and then you kind of look at their picture a little bit, but usually I don't really care.
My goodness, we talked about all kinds of different things tonight.
Yeah, I think we are going to get off though. It's been 4 hours.
Yeah, we have.
I mean, I'm not really tired, but we've been on for 4 hours.
That was an hour ago. The Blazer was in. We said, yeah, we're leaving too. We're doing a Heidi Pop, saying we're getting off, and then we stay on for another hour.
Yeah, 30 minutes later.
Mm-hmm.
Hour later.
Yeah, it's 2:00 in the morning. Get something small to snack on before trying to go to bed and try to sleep again.
Yeah, I like to get up and watch Dennis on
Aquarius Rising, Africa.
Aquarius Rising Africa, Chanty or Chantel. I call her Chantel, but everybody else calls her Shanty. I want to see that show and be in chat. So that'll be 1 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Central. Or if you're in the UK, it's sometime in the evening. Or Africa.
Man.
Where you been? You been lurking or you just get here?
Holy crap, dude. Where have you been? I don't even see you in other people's chats. You've been missing, dude.
Yeah. Were you under witness protection or what?
I haven't seen you in the 24/7 months, dude. You guys used to come over and hang out all the time.
Yeah, you guys abandoned us. You guys found somewhere better to hang than over in our camera chat.
Camera chat. Nice to see you, Tim Mothman. How you doing, bud? Good to see you. We have a ranch.
Wow.
I was going to say we might have to start adding some wrenches because some of our wrenches are disappearing.
Robin's a wrench.
Yeah, Robin's a wrench. I've been locked in Christine's dungeon.
Oh, no.
She won't let you out?
What kind of stuff are you guys getting into? I didn't know any of that.
Dungeons and Dragons or what? Good to see you. And Kimberly. Oh, my goodness, Kimberly. Hi, Kimberly. You must have been in here lurking.
Hi, Kimberly.
She's probably we're back up to 21 people.
Somebody's show or something must have got over with and they all starting to jump in.
No, we're getting ready to leave and they're finally typing in saying,
oh, okay. Send help.
They're finally typing in saying, yeah, I'm here.
It depends on what kind of stuff you're doing down your dungeon. I don't know if we should talk about it or not. It could be it might take our PG rating away from us.
Brown Dwarf's close by. Maybe he can help you. Kimberly's a creepy stalker. Well, at least if you're a friendly, polite stalker, that's fine.
Yeah, we don't mind. We don't mind stalkers, but if you want to come in, say hi, and pop in every once in a while, that's great. We like it. Please give us a like, a thumbs up. Share us out. We love new people coming in. If you have friends that like these kind of subjects or just hanging out, telling jokes, once in a while talking about weird stuff, paranormal, cryptid, whatever we come up with.
We had a couple new people come in that said they've been watching us for quite a while, and they just normally didn't type in chat. That really blessed me. We're sore over here, but you guys probably already are. It's been 4 hours. Yeah,
we're gonna give up Night Owl Lounge, but 24/7 is still up. Anybody who wants to go hang out in that chat and talk with each other, as long as you keep it nice and respectful, you can hang out there.
I've been seeing some
for your heart's content.
I've been seeing some skyfish tonight and some orbs, so you can always send people over to the 24/7.
So that chat's always available to you guys. You know, we try to keep the stream going 24/7. Once in a while, it has to go down for network update or whatever, but usually it's on or a storm comes through.
it went down for a couple of weeks there for a while because the wind and storms would not let up. So yeah,
So it
was
might
down
not
for a couple of
it
weeks.
might not always be in there. Jane's usually always in there, except for when she's sleeping. But we're usually up late, and if we see you in there, we'll say hi. But other than that, just hang out and chat on our 24/7 and have a good time and hang out and talk with each other. But like I said, just please try to keep it respectful and
Don't leave any beer cans in the chat room when you're done.
turn off the lights when you
Yeah,
leave.
turn off the lights when you're done. You can sweep the floor, if you guys make a mess.
So we'll see you guys Friday, Saturday. If you want to watch Creepy Movie Night, and like I said, if you want to celebrate Easter with us, we'll probably show some Easter movies. One of them's kind of creepy, depending on how you look at it, but it's really graphic. So I guess it kind of falls in the creepy aspect, but it's more of an Easter movie.
And then our Sunday regular show is going to be Tuesday afternoon with Kate from the UK talking about fairies again.
Yep. And Monday night, I'm sure I'll be on with Dennis. Dennis doesn't ever take any days off, so
He's so busy being other people's shows and his shows.
so Dennis will be on tomorrow, and then Monday.
No, tomorrow's Thursday.
Yeah, Dennis will be on tomorrow with Chantel.
Oh, yes.
And then Friday night on his normal show for Paranormal Point of View. And then Sunday, he might do a guest spot on somebody else's show. And then Monday, it's me and him on our podcast together for The Road Less Traveled.
Mm.
And then we just start the whole week over again. And before you know it, it's Wednesday night. And we got Tuesday. Me and you will have Tuesday with Kate. And then we have Wednesday night. And then we'll have Friday, Saturday again, and revolving door.
No wonder these months are going by fast.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like I said, we start doing shows on Wednesdays and Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we do guest spots in other people's shows, whether it's Jessica or Dennis, whoever invites us, wants us to come on. We'll talk about anything. You know us.
Heidi wants us on here soon.
Heidi, we're invited back to Heidi's, and I'm sure we'll be on Jessica's sometime in the future. We've been on there 3 or 4 times.
And Jessica, there's been more than that, hasn't it?
I don't know.
I think we've been on Jessica's like maybe 6.
I don't know.
It's been a while.
Well, we got new stuff. We got new stuff to talk to Jessica about. So, Jessica, if you're lurking,
I doubt
we're ready.
It's 3 a.m. there.
Maybe her mom's watching. She can tell her.
Okay, I'm already subbed to that. I just never see anyone in there. Sub to what? Oh, the
24/7. Yeah, we
24/7 is if you're already subbed to what you're watching now. I mean, it's just Midwest Night Watchers.
Yeah, it's Midwest Night Watchers.
Yeah,
it's just another channel, or
it's just up running all the time.
Yeah, it's just 24/7 on YouTube. So it's still part of Midwest Night Watchers, but it's we kind of keep it separate, even though it's under Midwest Night Watchers.
Yeah, and I switch.
Just if you're in there, just say hi, and we'll say hi back.
I try to. I mean, I'm watching, tablets or the cameras, and then I look over on chat, and I miss somebody, and they're already gone. I go, oh man! So I try to keep an eye on the chat steady.
So if you just pop in and you say hi, we probably won't catch you unless we just happen to be on at the same time. But usually during daytime and all the way to 3 o'clock in the morning, we're usually monitoring the chat or in there. So if you say hi, we'll probably catch you. But if you just pop in and say hi and leave, it's not going to matter whether we say hi to you or not, I guess.
And I've got 8 different cameras, and I try to switch them around, sometimes to the chickens. And if the goats head out, I switch over to the goats, or just the birds, or the purple martins are showing up. So I've been trying to focus on the martin houses.
Check your phone in a few minutes.
My phone? You've got my phone number? Or you want Gerald to check his phone? Or do you want me to check Telegram?
Maybe Telegram.
Is it Telegram? Because Telegram is actually on my tablet.
It don't matter. You'll see a notification
Okay.
no matter what it is, so it doesn't matter. But all right. Well, we're gonna get off. We love you guys. We've talked enough about our shows and stuff. And if you can, go to our Printful shop. Check out our t-shirts and mugs and hats and all that good stuff. So if you can, check it out. If you like anything, we'd appreciate it. Otherwise, I don't know. Just go look and see what's there.
Oh, Dwarf just realized Tim's in here. Dwarf, Timo,
Dwarf, meet
Yeah,
Tim.
Dwarf.
Tim, meet Dwarf.
Dwarf, you might have to help Tim. He is a prisoner in a dungeon right now. You might have to go rescue him.
Yeah, you need a rescue mission.
So if you guys are still up and hanging out, just head over to the 24/7. I'll be up for probably another hour.
Hi, I'm a first-time caller, first-time watcher. Thank you.
Long time lurker, first time in chat.
Long-time worker, first time.
Yeah, if you check out the 24/7, you might see a skunk running through the field or a possum. I saw a raccoon earlier in the garden. I think he was checking out our new pile. If you saw a deer earlier.
So
Wait.
probably after Easter, we might change the shop up a little bit in the Printful merch store. Might add a few new things. We might take a couple down, just rotate the stuff around. So if you want a Bigfoot or Mothman or Space Penguin shirt, you might want to get in there and check them out. Otherwise, the Midwest and the Chiro Sounds and the Night Owl Lounge logo shirts, they'll probably always be in there. But other stuff we rotate around. So go get yourself some Space Penguins. We might do a jellyfish.
Or a handpan. I got a new logo with my handpan right on the front.
Yeah. So there you go. That's all we got. Sorry we made it so short tonight.
That's all we got, folks. Yeah, it was a short 4-hour show.
So we'll work on our stamina and maybe get back up to the 5-hour mark sometime. But maybe usually holidays. We used to do longer shows than when we had holiday weekends and stuff. But anyway, we've talked and rambled enough. We love you guys. Check us out later on our other shows if you can. Say hi, pop in, hit the like button, and we'll catch you next time. Love you guys.
Love you guys.
Keep looking up.
And keep your vibrations high. Stay away from fear.
All right. Love and peace, everybody. Night.
Bye, guys.